Good morning and happy Friday to everyone out here in front of us and also in TV land, if you're watching. Welcome to the workshop this morning. Pretty excited about this one. And let's go ahead and call this one to order. We'll move to public comments. We do have 2 public comments for today's workshop. First is Catherine Hansen, followed by Stephen Gafanti.
Good morning, Kathy Hansen, Manatee County.
Morning.
I'm here to share with you my experience as a volunteer with the Rocket Phonics program. This all began after listening to a podcast personality encouraging listeners to seek opportunities that are out of one's comfort zones to serve their community. I have heard Dr. Gafanti speak about Rocket Phonics at Patriots meetings and the success the program has in improving student grade level reading. I know the desires of recent elected school board members to improve the reading levels of students. With a bit of research, I faced the challenge of volunteering. Regardless, my experience in the classroom was non-existent, but I gave it a try. I started the school year at Miller Elementary. The team comprised of a kindergarten teacher, a Rocket Phonics site coordinator, volunteers Dr. Gafanti, a Braden River School senior, a Bradenton Christian School sophomore, and myself. It is my understanding that the K through 3 kids that were selected were significantly below grade reading level. The program is not a standalone program. Success is a result of the collaboration with classroom instruction, teachers, students, volunteers. I do not know how to interpret the test scores, but indications are there is improvement in students who participated in the program. The students rotated from their after-school activities to the classroom for about 20-minute sessions that consisted of assessing the students' phonetic recognition, reinforcement of phonetic sounds through sight cards to reading with comprehension. The sessions are generally 1-to-1 and 1-to-2. The use of phonetically based games seemed to influence the students in developing the skills needed to progress through the program. I found that 1-to-1 sessions are vital in optimizing the students' advancement. A few students that I had are prime examples of the effectiveness of this program. My first day, I was assigned to a very rambunctious boy, thanks to him. With time, he became an active participant and steadily advanced in the program. 1-to-1 sessions seemed to reveal a stronger motivation to focus on the lessons. Another student would cry serious crocodile tears and whine she didn't want to be there. Over several weeks, she showed enthusiasm, entering the room with smiles and eagerness. Frequently, she didn't want to leave, staying to the last possible minute. She also benefited greatly from 1-to-1 sessions. One of the shyest, timid students opened up. After a few 1-to-1 sessions, she gained confidence in trying to verbalize phonetic sounds and blending. On one occasion, trying to pronounce a very simple word, she asked me not to help her. With the use of a sight card in front of her, she pronounced the word. She was very excited about her success. I invite you to stop in to a session or 2, observe what we're doing, and even play a game or 2 with the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know that I'll be able to do it within 1 second. Should I be bending over to this thing?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm Dr. Stephen Gafanti, the founder of the Rocket Phonics Foundation. We have teams of volunteers who have been tutoring Manatee students reading below grade level since 2021. I'd like to reaffirm that your superintendent is correct. We are not a vendor. All our efforts are no cost to the district, and we are in after school at the moment. Also, before we began tutoring, your superintendent's team of professionals reviewed our curriculum, discussed it with us, and then sent an observer. She observed us in all 3 schools that we worked in 21-22. All our kids start below grade level, and over the past 3 years, we've seen about 90% of our students reach grade level within the year. The only data we received from Manatee was the 13 children in Daughtry. We work in the classroom with the teacher present. During the fall of 21, before Rocket Phonics, these kids lost 7 star points. The next semester, with an average of only 10 Rocket Phonics sessions, they gained 166 star points. The same teacher taught both semesters. Clearly, our students work well with, or our tutors work well with your teachers to deliver extraordinary results. Currently in Samoset and Jesse P. Miller, we're tutoring 28 students. Their teachers have asked us to follow them to summer school. Miller's teachers are going to Prine, and the Samoset teachers are going to Johnson. We have plans to meet in June to discuss the results of PM3 and specific school support for the 23-24 school year. Please consider a pilot project that can give the board ample data on the effectiveness of our collaboration. We'll work with 2 or 3 teachers at each site this summer, and you can compare our results with those students at the same site without Rocket Phonics. Our pre-test will be the most current fast test. Our post-test will be the one in the fall. The teachers we work with are those who choose to work with us, because collaboration should not be forced. In the fall, the district will share the standard stats, average growth, range, standard deviation, with and without Rocket Phonics volunteers. And of particular interest to our donors is the impact on the achievement gap. So please explore if growth varies based on race or socioeconomic status. Please encourage this pilot project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. That is it for the public comments. We'll be getting more into the reading as in our second item on the agenda today with elementary reading presentation. Let's jump into item number 1. Dr. Vogel. Obviously our discussion on superintendent search. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd just run through some of the items I'd like to cover today. First item would be for the board to select the finalists that you would desire to bring in for interviews. Then we talked earlier about each board member selecting an area of the strategic plan to ask the individuals questions on. So I wanted to finalize that to see which area each board member would like to ask questions on. And those areas are general leadership, ready to learn, ready for life, ready to grow, and board community relations. We'll do that a little bit later. But each of you would select an area, and then we have a question bank from each of those areas, which we'll hand out individually to board members. And if board members want to use our questions, that's fine. Or if you want to use your own question in that particular area, that would be fine too. Mrs. Messina will get with you, and then you'll have a personalized interview guide with all those questions on it. So that's the second thing we would like to cover. Also, I'd like to do a brief review of the interview schedules. We've been working with Laura on that. Of course, we don't know how many finalists we're going to have, so we might have to modify that depending on how many you have. And then also, what I would do is then review the process that we recommend for selecting the superintendent with you, just so you have an idea about that. And we'll provide all copies of that at a later time. We also have a script for the chairman, which Mrs. Messina will get with the chairman on. If you want to use our script or any other way you'd like to do it, it's fine too, but we do have that. And finally, I'll review the timeline, but we've been following that timeline. We only have a few dates left on that timeline, as you know. So our first item would be to go ahead and determine who you would like to select for finalists to bring in interviews. So, Mr. Choate, I'd like to see, is there any other information or questions you have before we start this process?
Board members, any questions, thoughts, concerns for Dr. Vogel before we get going? No? I don't have any.
Okay, fine.
Ready to roll?
We do have some of the people that are on your list in other searches. So if there's any questions about that before we get started, I could be happy to answer that question.
Could you,
Yeah.
could you go ahead and tell us, since it's happened the last couple of days,
Sure.
I'm sure maybe even Ms. Foreman could. But could you tell us who's possibly in semifinals or finalists somewhere else? Because that's going to be something that obviously we got to watch.
Right, just to be thinking about that, sure, I'd be happy to. First, I'm not certain where Collier is. My understanding is they're down to 2 finalists, the interim superintendent and then Mr. Van Zant, who's on your list right now. We are actually halfway through the Brevard interview process. Yesterday, they did the on-site all-board interviews with the 3 finalists. One of their finalists, Mr. Stratton, did drop out, so they were down to 3 finalists. And they had interviews with Dr. Rundell, who's an internal candidate, Mr. Snyder, and Dr. Wysong. And I will tell you, the interviews were spectacular. I mean, I think they're going to have a tough decision. Today, they're doing the one-on-ones with those individuals. 2 of those people are on your list, but of course, they can only hire 1 superintendent. But
What county is that again?
this is Brevard. You probably could watch their interviews, and you certainly, maybe you've already seen their videos, but those were very strong. As far as Charlotte, they have 4 finalists. They have Mr. Lonzano, who's in your search, and Dr. Moore. They also have an internal candidate there and another individual who did not make your list, and they're going to decide on May 9th. Now, Mr. Schneider was in that search, but he pulled out. He said his priority districts were Brevard and Manatee. So he actually pulled out of Charlotte, so he's not in that search anymore at this point. Osceola, they used the committee process, so they are several weeks behind where the other searches are. And the committee did come up with a number. They came up with 11, but then they had 1 withdraw. But Dr. Wysong and Dr. Moore are in their committee recommendations, but the board's not going to select finalists there till May 30th, and then they're not going to select their superintendent till June 13th. So it's interesting. Osceola attracted a number of different candidates that didn't apply for any searches. Also, Dr. Hembrook is in your search, and she is also in the Osceola consideration too. So it would be Dr. Hembrook, Dr. Moore, and Dr. Wysong. So those are 3 other, yes.
Mr. Lozano.
Lozano is, he's in the Charlotte
I
search.
see him, and I marked him down in Osceola.
Okay. I don't think he made the committee in that district.
Oh, okay. I was looking at
Right.
who applied.
Yeah, the committee did do some initial screening. The committee recommendations were presented to the board, and then the board is going to determine on May 6th, in May 16th, when they're going to go ahead and if they're going to accept all their members. They accepted the committee recommendation, but they're going to decide their semifinalists then. So that's kind of a rundown there. So everything is still pretty much wide open.
We got a question, Mr. Turner.
Sure.
Mr. Vogel, when will Brevard make their final decision, do you know?
Tuesday,
On Tuesday?
Yeah,
Next,
right.
so May the 2nd?
yeah, May 2nd.
And then, do you have any idea about when Collier is going to make their?
No, I don't know what Collier is going to do.
May 9th.
Collier said May 9th? Good, and that's the same day that Charlotte is going to make their decision also.
And our final decision again is?
We're set up here for,
May 24th or
Yeah.
May 20th. Okay, May 24th.
yeah. Your decision is May 16th is the selection.
Yeah.
The interviews are 10th and 11th, selection on the 16th, and then contract on the 23rd.
16th is ours.
how many finalists did Brevard have?
They had 4, but then Mr. Stratton dropped out from
And
Hernando.
then how many did Collier have?
Collier, I believe, had 4.
Okay.
And then,
I saw that, so 4 finalists?
yes.
Okay.
2.
They're down to two now. They had four, I guess, semifinalists and down to two.
Oh, and then they went to 2 finals. Okay.
Yeah. We would recommend a minimum of 3 finalists,
Gotcha. Okay.
or 3 up to 5, or however you'd like to do it. Okay, so what we'll do, we're going to use the large sheet right here. And then if you'll just give me, you can give me the name if you want, or the number of the individuals that you would like to bring in as finalists. Now, what we'll do is we'll make a first round. If there's 4 or 5 board members who want to bring someone in, we'll ask the board, well, do we want to go ahead and agree on those, that they would come in? If there are 3, we would probably ask the board the same question. If there are 2, then we would spend some time discussing the 2. And if there's a board member that wants to speak to someone that has 2, to convince another board member to bring that person in, and another board member would like to do that, we can do that too. So that's normally the way we would do it. So we don't have a lot of discussion until we get down to to the 2 or 3, because I know the board members have done a lot of homework and research on these. Okay, who would like to get started? Mr. Choate, do you want to designate that, or how do you want to see who wants to get started?
I'll go. It's fine. I don't mind. I went first last time.
I'm messing.
Okay.
We can just go by district.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll hear your numbers, and I'm going to read them back, and then we have the Lauras are going to double check us, and then the official school board attorney will confirm those right. Okay. 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 Mrs. Messenger.
4,
Okay.
18, 23.
4, 18, and 23. Mrs. Messenger would like to bring in for finalist consideration number 4, number 18, and number 23. Okay? Next.
I would like to bring in number 4,
Okay?
number 18. And I want to leave it there. I'll bring in 23, but I want discussion on that.
Okay.
The rest of the board.
Sounds good. We'll do that. If it's okay, we'll hear from all the board members. We'll go back and
Yes.
discuss that. Y'all, we're going to build a consensus on this, so if you want to change, or after you hear another board member, however you want to do that, so we can build a consensus. Okay, next.
4, 17, and 18.
17 and 18. Mrs. Foreman would like us to give further considerations to finalists to numbers 4, 17, and 18. Okay, next.
I've got 4, 10, 23.
4, 10, and 23. Okay. Mr. Choate would like to consider number 4, number 10, and number 23. Okay. Mr. Tatum?
4, 18, and 23, please.
4, 18, and 23. Mr. Tatum would like to bring in numbers 4, 18, and 23. And now, if our official tally people will add the numbers up. Okay, I'm going to, for a second here. Okay, looks like to me we have 4 board members that have selected number 4, Scott Schneider.
All
I
5.
have 5.
We have 5 board members that have selected, thank you. We have 5 board members that have selected, got it right here, okay? 5 board members that have selected Scott Schneider, okay? We have 1 board member that's selected number 10, Ann Hembrook. We have 1 board member that's selected number 17, Ernie Lanzano. We have 4 board members that have selected number 18, Dr. Jason Wysong. And we have 4 board members that selected Mr. Doug Wagner. So it looks like we have 3 finalists that 4 or 5 board members, potential finalists, are interested in bringing in. Number 4, Scott Snyder. Number 18, Dr. Jason Wysong, and then number 23, Doug Wagner. Okay? So that's 4 out of 5 board members or 5 board members.
Pretty amazing.
Is there, well, this board seems to work together. We've done a lot of research. Now, is there anybody that would like to make the case to bring in number 10 or number 17 to maybe convince 2 other board members about those 2, or are you just satisfied with the 3?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Fine.
I'm good.
I think those 2 people, it wouldn't be really fair to them. They'd have a lot of ground to kind of make up.
Excellent. Okay, excellent work. Lots of research. Okay, we have our 3. We will notify those individuals and we will move from there. Okay, the next item that we had was we have those 5 areas of your strategic plan, and we'd like to have a board member volunteer for each of those areas. So, Mr. Chair, I'll work through you. The areas, again, are general leadership, ready to learn, ready for life, ready to grow, and board community relationships. So, Mr. Choate, how would you like to work through this with the board?
I don't particularly, I mean, does anybody have any, like, I want that one?
Well, I think I'd rather have ready to learn since it's like more kindergarten readiness and, I mean, I taught
I agree with
kindergarten
you.
and first grade, so I guess I'd prefer that, but I'm totally fine doing any of them.
Okay.
Okay?
It's
General
yours.
leadership.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Tatum would be general leadership? Okay.
I would like the community, the
Okay.
last one, the board, and
Okay, Mr. Choate?
I want the ready to grow.
Okay. Ready to grow? Okay, Mary Foreman. And ready for life then would be Mrs. Spray.
I guess.
Okay, great.
I wanted the leadership, but I guess I got beat out.
Well, what will happen is I will give Laura the questions for those areas, and they're all numbered. So if you could, by Monday, just email Laura and with the number of the questions that you would like to ask. They're all numbered. And then if you want to ask other questions that are not on there, that's fine. Like I said, you can just write those questions on, and then we'll prepare those individual packets. When we're finished with the interviews, the interviews where everybody's coming together, we'll give you the whole packet for use, for the one-on-ones.
Those questions you're talking about, that's for when we're all together
Yes.
interviewing the candidate.
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Right.
And we'll probably be given some time, a certain amount of time, obviously predicated on what an interview is, what, an hour and a half?
Right. And I'll go through that now.
So divided by 5, and so we each get about 15 minutes, whatever.
Right, that's correct. What we will do is, you'll have your whole interview packet, and then the hour-and-a-half interviews will be divided up. We usually like to have one board member, just like you're saying, we will time you for about 15 minutes, so we will go through. We start with, the chairman usually will ask for an opening statement, or comments for a few minutes, and then closing comments at the end. And then it's pretty much the process we have. We're finding that 1.5 hours is almost perfect timing. It just comes in. Of course, if a candidate answers yes or no, the interview may take about 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, and that's on us to
Yeah.
have them elaborate.
Right.
Tell us more about that or whatever.
If you want to ask follow-up questions, that's fine, but I think the flow will work out.
Well, we want to make sure, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that when we pick our questions, priority it from top to bottom, because you may only get 2 questions asked, and,
We normally get at least 3 questions, but the board members yesterday pretty much had it timed out, so they were able to get all 5 of theirs in, and the candidates responded, very appropriately as far as the time, so it went very smooth. So then, what I'd like to do, thank you very much for giving us that information. I just wanted to talk through the interview schedule a little bit. I believe you have a copy of the interview schedule for 4. And of course, we'll modify it for 3. We didn't have any idea how many we were gonna decide on. And that, and Kevin and Laura are working on the hosts and other people to go ahead and use. Now that we know the number, we'll refine this. But the hotel is all set at the Spring Hill Suites, and the candidates would come in on May 9th. And we've changed this to the May 10th and 11th. We'll start with a continental breakfast at the district office, and we were thinking, I believe, Laura, about the Grapevine Room.
Probably, yeah, like the old cafeteria, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
the Grapevine Room, and that'll be kind of a staging area up there. And all of the candidates would be together. We always invite their wives to come also too. Sometimes the wives will sit on the interview and they'll come also. So that will take place, and then we will do kind of a round robin. The individuals with their wives will go on tours while the individuals being interviewed. Then at 5 o'clock, we would have a dinner for the finalists at the Central Cafe. I believe that's been all straightened out, set there. And I know there was some conversation with Mr. Dye. There are other boards that have taken Mr. Dye's advice too, as far as school board member participation in some of those events. So I think we've got that clarified, but it would be kind of a smaller group. It would be just the candidates, their wives, and we would be there the whole time. If you want to have some staff people come by or their host or anything like that, that would be fine. We'll work on a list with Laura to see who we want to have come to that. Okay. While the process is going on, Andrea will have a QR code posted on your website. So during the entire process, because some people may not have time to sit in on all the interviews because they're public, they can go ahead and look at them because they'll be taped and they'll be able to go back and look at them. And they can use the QR code to go ahead and provide reaction to the school board members on the candidates. We usually have them, we have strengths, questions, and comments. And then we'll also, at the reception at 6 o'clock, we will have the QR codes posted around the entire room. And so as people leave, because at the reception, the format would be, is all 3 finalists would go ahead and do a 5-minute introduction of themselves. You know, I'm Bill Vogel, I'm interested in applying for the job, here's a little bit about background on me. And then they would leave the room, the second candidate would come in, the third candidate would come in, and then they, after all of them have done that introduction for all the people that come, then they would go to individual corners on the room. Community could go around and talk with all of the individuals, and then before we leave, they can give QR code input, and then that night, we will give you the amount of data that we have collected already, and we'll have that to you in an email the next morning. So you'll have that community reaction before you start your one-on-one interviews. We like to continue the QR code over the weekend until the selection, and then we can give you a final number and final reaction from that. So that's just another way the community can give you input, and it seems to work extremely well. Yes, ma'am.
Will the QR code be confidential? I mean, are people able to be anonymous?
I believe it's pretty much anonymous the way that works. I might have to talk with an expert on that.
Could you make sure?
Yeah.
Because that's the only way we're going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when you're doing something like this, you can't guarantee, you know, somebody might, you know, tell 10 friends to, right, and someone might come
Yeah.
back, but it just gives you another idea. But I will get back with you on that, on the QR code anonymous.
So there's no way for them to give narration about their opinions?
Yes, you'll get that all too. They actually can type out their opinion.
Okay.
They can type, a lot of them have done that, and we looked at it, so you'll have that information initially, then you'll have the final amount. We found that really works out well. We used to use a sheet of paper that we would have people fill out when we're going back, but, you know, it seems like everybody likes the QR code, it's quicker, and they do that. So that would be another way of getting input from you. So then, the staff and community host, I believe, Kevin, you're working on that to get community hosts, and you're gonna have a staff person and a community person?
It's already in place. Yeah,
Already
the
in place.
chamber is.
Cha-
Yeah.
With the chamber?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was gonna be my question.
And it was announced at the chamber's meeting this week, so it's all, Jackie has it all in
Right.
place.
And we'll work it out, however, now that we know we have three, we'll work that out. And some of it, there might be two chamber people going, however we work that out. So we invite those individuals to the breakfast, and then we would also have a light lunch on site also for, during the interviews, as you can see on the calendar there, a Panera type of lunch, box lunch. The host can come to that, and it works out nice. And like I said, we have all the candidates are kind of together. We really like that. They form kind of a cohort, and they kind of cheer for each other a little bit, but anyway, they all work. We like to have them all working together. They get some good ideas. They have good conversations. Okay, then the next morning, on May 11th, there would be another light breakfast at the district office, probably in the Grapevine. And then we would have the one-on-ones for each board member. And we will be here from that. We will help the candidates go from room to room. And the board members have an hour to go ahead and talk with all of those board members, all of the individual final three, and then go ahead and decide, after that, what your decision by the next week.
So this schedule is for a 4-person finalist.
It'll be redone for three, right.
So are we gonna get a little more time, more than an hour and a half, or would you still want it?
We would
back?
like an hour and a half. Normally, hour and a half seems to be almost the perfect time for the interviews.
Okay.
We found that out. We could always add more time. We did. Normally, what we would do, this one has, it has 30 minutes between the interviews, so we may be able to adjust that. It seems like it works pretty well, having about 30 minutes between the interviews by the time people move back and go from there.
Okay.
So that's good. And we'll have this revised.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
For the community tours, I'm assuming have you all already determined like where we want to take them, what schools, things like that, and if so,
We've not
could you
worked
let us
out
know?
that detail yet
Okay.
because I was waiting to see.
Oh, that's right. Correct.
But I do have the district people that will be paired with the chamber. But now that I know how many and the time frame, we will have that set today.
And are we going to, because obviously now that there's only 3 instead of 4, you just get a little more window. They get some more time to go around the community.
Yeah, and that is very popular. Yesterday, all of the finalists had brought their wives with them, and it really was nice because they had, the ones that have a kind of a split time. Some have a morning tour, and then they come back and they go in the afternoon too. So it really worked out nicely. So they really got a chance to see the community. So we've got that going. Okay, the other thing, and we will update this to 3 people as soon as we, over the next couple of days.
Mr. Vogel?
Yes, sir.
Are we moving on from the calendar now to?
Yes, but any more questions? I wanted to go through the selection process, but go ahead.
This is for Mr. Dye, so could
Okay.
you remind us again of your legal advice on attending any of these events on the 10th?
Remind me again what the.
Okay, we have breakfast, we have continental breakfast, we have lunches, and we have meet and greets.
The meet and greet's the community one, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I think the decision was not to attend that.
Okay.
Yeah. The breakfast and lunch is here?
Yes, up in the Grapevine room.
Yeah.
Everybody is up in place.
So I guess I was assuming that the board members would not attend that either.
Okay. That's the question I wanted you to clarify.
So not lunch, not breakfast, not dinner, not meet and greet. Basically, you're telling, your advice is not to attend any of that.
Yes.
What a bummer, but
They're not
it is what.
There are other attorneys that have followed Mr. Dye's recommendation.
Yeah, I think that us in rooms with people
I agree with them. Based on the law, I just find this to be,
Oh.
it's such an opportunity to interview, to watch them interact with people and get to know them in a public setting, and the fact that we can't do that just I'll just whine a little more about the sunshine laws and then we'll move on.
Well, you'll be able to get a lot of feedback. I know you have many constituents that you talk to personally, and so you can get all that feedback.
Going back to the meet and greet.
Okay.
I know you said you're going to give them 5 minutes, and maybe I missed it. Are they going to come back in the room and have an area where people can come?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
And that's what you're talking about, the QR code.
Right,
Correct.
and then and it works out pretty nice. We're there, and then all the people that come, they circulate around, and we like them to talk with all three of the candidates, answer any questions they might have, and then before they leave, then they QR code.
And are we opening that up to the public? Anyone and
Absolutely.
everyone?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second thing is there a occupancy in that top? I mean, I know with the room we're talking about, but I mean,
It's quite large, but I would also think people will be kind of
coming and going.
at different times.
Okay. I just
It's very large.
Yeah, and we encourage staff to go, anybody else like that to go, and meet the candidates. We want to involve them to any extent that we can.
I'm actually asking staff in the community to
Good.
please go, because it's critical to me that we do get that kind of feedback. I mean, some people do not want to email you because they don't want to be on record, but I'm in the community a lot, so feel free to come and give me your opinion on what these candidates are, so.
I think one thing that is really helpful is the videos and the written part on the website, because that really gives everybody in the community at least a chance to know who the candidates are, and then also have the opportunity to meet them first.
That's why we have 3 out of the 10 is because community did go on and look and give
Good.
feedback, so, at least to me. I can't speak for the other board members.
Excellent. Then what would happen at the selection meeting, I'll run through this and then we'll give board members all a copy of it. But we always would start with public comment. And I'm not certain if there's going to be other items on the agenda or just this item.
it's a special meeting on the
Okay.
16th, isn't it? Just for this, so I'm pretty sure it's just this.
Okay, if it's just this, then we would start with public comment. And then the school board members would have a round-robin discussion about the process and the candidate. We would have a summary of all the community forums you had and all of the information, and Andrea will develop a script working with Mr. Choate. You can either use it or you don't have to use it. But then we would summarize all that information, and then board members would decide, and they would just talk about the candidates. We'd like to keep it really positive, and the strengths of the candidates. And then we'd have a whole round of discussion with the board members, because each board member then could provide their insight based on their, people that they've talked to and based on their interviews and so forth. And there may be some things that one board member has picked up on and the other board members haven't. So we would go through that process. And then we would have as many rounds as we need. We would go through, and then anybody else would talk. We try to keep them to about 5 minutes and spend as much time we have. And then when we conclude all the discussion, the chairman would ask for a motion. And then a board member might make a motion. I recommend so-and-so to be our superintendent. And then the board would have more discussion, and then they would vote. If 3 board members are in agreement, then that person becomes superintendent. And then what we do is we then ask that, that is just your approval pending the contract negotiations normally take place with the chairman and Mr. Dye. It's also pending they go through the rest of the HR process, the fingerprinting, the drug testing, and that process too. And that is all pending that. Your HR department does that. We talked about that. And then when all of that is done, and the contract is completed on May 23rd, then you have a superintendent. So that's pretty much the process, how we we suggest it, but we're very open. If there's anything that you want to do a little different or anything like that, we're certainly fine.
Did you say, remind me again, Brevard makes their decision on what?
Tuesday, May 2nd, right?
Okay. So if they,
And then May 9th is Collier.
May
May
9th
9th
is Collier, and so at what point let's say, because two of our candidates apparently are finalists down there too, right? So if they pick one of those, and then how does the contract, when are they locked in? Let's put it that way. Maybe that's the right question. After a selection
They're
process.
really not locked in till they sign it. I would assume that if one of those two gets the offer there, they would probably take that offer. I would assume they would probably do that,
They don't have time to
Still here?
wait.
They
Right,
could,
that's what-
I
they could.
wouldn't want, if it was us, I wouldn't want that. If it was reversed and we were picking May 2nd and we pick our person, I don't know if I'd say, we'll give you 14 days to go interview somewhere else too and see.
Or if I was the candidate, I don't think I would do that either, I'd say,
I think you take it.
Jill, yeah, unless
It's
you're
not like
really,
the offer goes away if they don't get the offer from us.
it's true.
Possibly.
But, I think that the individuals that are in both situations are, I think they will do what's right. They have reputations, and they don't want to damage that by trying to play one board against the other, I think.
Can we call them after May 2nd?
Oh, yeah? No, we'll call them, yeah.
To Mr. Tatum's point as well, let's just hypothetically say that the 2 out of the 3, let's say they get the jobs. Do we move forward with one? I mean, at that point, there's only one left.
Well,
So do we come back and say,
well, I would think only one of them is going to, if one of those two get the job in Brevard, you still have 2.
what, Collier goes May 9th?
They're not in Collier. They're not in Collier's.
We don't have any common
There's
candidates.
no.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
So, right, so you'll be all right. You'll still have 2.
So let's say that in Brevard on the 2nd, Mr. Wysong is selected and he says, I accept, and then he has paperwork and stuff to do, and it takes, a couple weeks for there's negotiations. In the meantime, we select him. He says, yeah, I'd rather come to Manatee County because I like the West Coast or something.
That, it's always that possibility, but I just, be honest with you, I just don't think either of these people would do that. I don't know, I think they would probably just accept the one they get.
First one.
I really do.
If they had, I'm thinking, I'm sorry, Mrs. Foreman.
I don't know that.
There was a time when I wanted to be an NFL quarterback, I just wasn't big enough, strong enough, or fast enough. But other than that, I had everything I needed to be an NFL quarterback. But if that day had ever come and Team A had picked me, and then Team B was selecting a week later, but Team B was really my first choice, and Team A says, we'd like you, and I say, okay, I'll come with Team A, but then Team B picks me a week later, I don't think it's unethical, as long as I haven't signed a contract and, legally committed myself to one of those teams. If I have 2 offers within a week or 10 days, I don't know why it would be unethical to pick my favorite team and go with it. And that's kind of how I view this situation, as long as one of them hasn't signed a contract and gone through all of that and put his name in ink on a piece of paper. But I don't know. What are your?
I don't think it's unethical
No.
either. I just don't think it's going to happen. I just think they're gonna accept the first job they got. Me personally, but I don't know.
And maybe I'm
Foreman
just
had
putting
something.
myself in that situation. I shouldn't, okay?
Well, I remember when my daughter was getting scholarship offers for, I won't brag, but it was law school.
Wow.
And she had multiple ones, and she was waiting on a school, and so when she was offered a scholarship and they said, take it or leave it, and she goes, well, I'm still waiting, It became a negotiation thing, but it wasn't unethical, it was, she wanted the best for her, just as I would expect these people to want the best for themselves. And we are the best, by the way, just going on record on that. Is it possible, okay, I'm just throw this out, is it possible that we could meet at the end of I know it's quick, but meet at the end of the day on May 11th and make our selection.
I'm traveling that day.
Oh,
Instead
you're
of
traveling
this-
that evening?
I'm traveling.
Instead of the
that day.
16th? I would just add, well, if we're traveling, but what was, I just wonder what is the reason?
I just move it up, you
Oh,
know.
just to
because-
do it.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Gotcha.
over the weekend.
Why wait another 5 days?
Yeah, because we're doing it on Tuesday, the 16th.
Miss
I mean,
Messenger?
I actually asked that question, you know, wondered why Collier was waiting so long. They have 2 finalists, but they're waiting till when, the 9th, I think it is, that they're making their choice. My thing is, one candidate that we selected got 5. And he's a semi in another county. We might be his preferred county that he, or district that he wants to come to. So I don't see it being a problem if, you know, number 4 says, oh, I made it to the semi in Manatee, or the finalist in Manatee. That's the district I prefer to be in, because we are. And if you look at results, we are better. So why would you not want to come to a district that's better? Not to shortchange any of the other 2, but that was the one that got the 5. And full disclosure, the other 2 were weak yeses for me, to be honest with you. The first one was a very strong. So it's one of those, when I had a job offer to come to Florida, I had the option of Osceola or Manatee. And I played that. I would rather be in Manatee, but I had to play that. Give me 1 more day or 2 more days and give ultimatum. I need to know now because I have an offer elsewhere. So I don't see that being unethical at all. If someone wants to be here instead of Brevard, then I would say that's their choice to do that, not our decision. So just putting that out there.
I was just gonna say, that's up to the candidates to decide how they
Right.
do it, so I'm not even, like, none of that's, we don't even need to talk about it. But to make the decision that day, I personally would not feel comfortable doing that, because I not only will you not be here, I get that, but like, I need time to digest it. Like, I need to sleep on it. I need to rethink, oh, how did they say this? And what does that really mean? I mean, like, even when I watch everybody's videos, like, I would listen to them and I'd write my notes, but then I'd go, and I'd, in totality, go, oh, well, but this one, you know, mentioned this, and well, maybe why do they see it? Like, there's a lot more to it that I personally need the time to digest it. Not to mention, like, I would hope that community members say, oh, well, you know, I met so-and-so and they were really great, or no on this one, or, you know, whatever. But like, that, I think the community needs time, but I need the time to really digest the information and the responses and the time when I meet people.
Our experience has been that that weekend is important, as Mrs. Messenger is saying, because you're still getting community input over that weekend. And it's a very, very long day after, at the end of, you know, the second day of interviewing all day. And, but we also, on the other hand, do not recommend you putting it off for 3 weeks or a month.
Oh, no.
We think it's the right, it's worked out for us, the right time, you know, just to think it over the weekend, have that Monday, and then make a decision. That's just based on our experience. And again, I was probably inserting my feeling. If I was just applying for a superintendent job and I got an offer, you know what I'm saying? Wow, that's just me. But you're right. I think there's nothing unethical about it at all.
All districts are not created equal nowadays.
Well, we're all different. We're all,
Yeah.
some would take the job right away, some would play the game to negotiate, but you could negotiate out of both. So, I mean,
Right.
we can't decide that.
Right.
So are you, anything else?
I think that concludes it. What
process,
I'm going
or-
to do is I'm going to work with Kevin and Laura, and then we'll get the new schedule to you. We'll get this, all of the information. And Laura will have the questions for you. And then just look at those questions and try to get them to just email to me or Andrea, all of us, by Monday, the ones you want to ask.
Okay,
Okay?
great.
Thank you. Great process, and
Thank you.
it's really a pleasure to work with you all, and I know you put a lot of time in it, so we're moving forward. Thank you again.
Absolutely.
A lot of time.
Thanks, Dr. Vogel.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you. We're always available, Andrea, John, and myself. As you know, if you want to call us at any time, we're here for you to discuss anything you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right,
I say done.
moving right along. We'll go ahead and go to item number 2. Elementary reading presentation. Dr. Breslin, come on up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Choate, members of the board, Mrs. Saunders, good morning. I have joining with me today Allison Nichols. She is our director for elementary education. We also have some of our other staff. Allison, you want to introduce your team?
Sure. I have Jennifer Harrison with me. She is my K2 ELA curriculum specialist. And then I have Dr. Vanessa Marasco. She is my ELA coordinator. And then you want to do Sheila?
And
or-
Sheila Halpin, our director of early learning, who began this year in that position, but has been with the district for many years working on our community partnerships. I know you all are familiar with her. And Shannon Fleming, our director of secondary, as we talk about reading for elementary. Just want to convey how important it is to make sure our students are proficient so they can achieve. Our goal is college career ready, and not just moving from grade to grade. And so happy to be here today. We're going to go through our slides, and please, if you want to hold your questions till the end, that would be great to help us move through the process.
All right, so we're going to start just with the science of reading. So the state several years ago has really moved in this direction of the science of reading, which is really just the pedagogy and practices that have been proven by lots and lots of research to that show how we should be effectively teaching students to read. And so when we're looking at the science of reading, it's really represented through Scarborough's rope, which is what you see on this slide. So what this is saying is that to effectively get students to that end of the rope where you see the skilled reading, we have 2 components. We need to think about language comprehension and then word recognition. And so under each of those big components, you see that there are sub-skills basically. So under language comprehension, this is really where our background knowledge is being brought in, vocabulary knowledge, understanding of language structures, verbal reasoning comes into play, and then that literacy knowledge around print concepts, genres of text and how that plays into how we comprehend text. And then the blue section, that word recognition, that's really our foundational skills. That's where our phonological awareness lies, decoding, and then that sight recognition, which also then leads to that fluency piece. And really what this rope is showing is that if any of these individual strands in either of these components are weak or loose, we're not going to have that tight rope that gets us to that skilled reading. So these are really those components that support that science of reading, and everything that we've done in the past 2 years with our new adoption and then to support the best standards, we have really shifted in that direction, moving into that science of reading and really trying to bring in that pedagogy behind Scarborough's rope to move our readers forward.
And it's so important that we, continue to remember that as our foundation, because as our students are assessed, the state is using that as their foundation as well. And so a snapshot of what we see here for our reading data. Remember, with the best standards and our new resources, we are in year 2 of implementation for K through 2, year 2. And what you'll see here is that our growth here in K1, first grade, second grade, we are exceeding the state in our growth in K2, which is a huge success in that second year of implementation. For 3 through 5, we're in our first year of implementation. You had the option across the state to roll out all K through 5 at the same time or to split for many reasons. the decision was to start K2 and then move forward with 3-5. So 3-5, first year of implementation. We can see here off to the side that the gap we have in third grade is closing, although we are still not where we want to be, 3, 4, and 5. We do believe our data is moving in the right direction, and then up on our second year of implementation, we will hopefully see the same results we're seeing with that accelerated pace in K1 and 2.
All right, so one of the new things that we did bring in this year that also further supported some of our K2 early literacy, we did a pilot with Early Bird. It's an early literacy screener. We did it at 3 of our schools with pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade students. And this screener really hones in on those really critical early literacy skills like phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, blending, word reading, vocabulary. It includes a following directions piece. And on top of that, at these 3 schools, we also were able to get professional development for the teachers around analyzing the data from the screener to help them pinpoint areas of strength and then areas of weakness for our students with early literacy. And then there were resources included in the Early Bird platform for the teachers to then use to change instruction for those students moving forward. The platform also included supports for families, so there were activities and letters that the teachers could send home to families at these 3 schools to help support that work at home. And then we were also fortunate to partner with the Florida Center for Reading Research and Learning Ally. So the state is also doing a study on an early literacy screener, and they reached out to districts to ask, if anybody would partner with them and let them come in and do a validity study. So we have 3 schools who have been participating in this validity study since January with FSU and Learning Ally, and they were screening our KN1 students. So we are anticipating some data from that at the end of the year. They end the year with a norm reference screener that's different than the one they've been doing the study on. So then they have their study to compare to a screener that already has been norm referenced, and we'll be able to get the results from that other screener from them. So we're anticipating that to come out.
And as Allison mentioned, the key here is the professional development, and that's where we really see the gains. I mean, we use the data to monitor and to determine who needs additional supports. But that PD for our teachers, our paraprofessionals, and our administrators is really key to making sure that once we have the data, we're taking the steps needed to provide the students what they need to be able to master those skills.
And then the other piece that we have also done is we have implemented Rocket Phonics. So this started actually in the 21-22 school year. You can see at 3 schools in our, 2 schools in pre-K. And then in last summer with some rising kindergartners at Samoset Elementary. And then it continued this year at Samoset in their after-school program with those kindergartners. So there are about 10 students currently at Samoset and after school who have been receiving Rocket Phonics twice a week. And I know you heard about Rocket Phonics earlier, so we know it's that volunteer-led, that one-on-one implementation. So the data that we have from Samoset with those 10 students, you can see at the bottom. So at Progress Monitoring 1 for FAST, there were about 50% of the students fell in that urgent intervention category, 20% at intervention and 30% on watch. And then at PM2 in December, you can see that those students did start to shift to the right, moving towards that at and above benchmark. So we reduced that urgent intervention to 40% and moved that green or that at or above benchmark to 40%. So again, we'll look at these same students after we have our data back from PM3 to then see where they ended the year. And one of the things that I think with Rocket Phonics is that one-on-one piece, so that they're getting that really mentorship really from that volunteer, and they're getting that one-on-one attention in that after-school program, and the students seem to be responding to that.
And you'll see as we go through the presentation our attention to after-school programs That's something Mrs. Saunders really encouraged and supported, is we have this extra time with students. Let's try to work on some interventions. And so we brought in several different resources and trained paraprofessionals and after-school staff to be able to work with students and basically capitalize on that extra time that they're with us during the day. So dual language data, you'll see here, and you did receive an updated slide, and I apologize, there were two numbers that were off there, and in reviewing it, we caught that data. So for that first grade, from PM1 to PM2, it's 5 and 2 for first grade, and not the -10 and -18. The remainder of the numbers are correct. The thing you want to note with dual language data is the progression, where you get to third grade for students who have been in the program for kindergarten, first, second, third, where their proficiency starts to grow by leaps and bounds. And so when we're working with students who perhaps enter the program, and not all students, but some of the students' English is not their first language, and historically maybe those students didn't find success in reading, we're seeing that after kindergarten, first, second, third grade, we're seeing that growth start to take off, where they're really being able to master the requirements for the reading in their ELA. So the campaign for grade level reading, just to kind of hammer home here how much support we have from our community, and we can't express this enough. We would not be able to do everything that we're able to do without this support. So in 2010, the campaign for grade level reading was launched, and you can see here for school readiness, attendance, summer learning, family engagement, health, and you see those effects from working, in all the different aspects that you see supporting our schools. Specific to reading, you have this community-wide effort led by our superintendent, the Early Learning Coalition Chief Executive, Manatee Community Foundation Executive Director, United Way, Patterson, and really coming together to mobilize all stakeholders in order to support reading. And that's where we have some of our supports for in school. And you'll see, the United Way support, the Patterson Foundation, helping us with our assessment team and that support. But you also see the after school and outside activities. Sheila Halpin, what she's been able to accomplish with her team and community support for our community events is huge. And we have parents coming to events that we have not had in the past. And these parents are actually learning how to work with their children on reading. And that's where you get that partnership is we do everything we can at school, but the students at home need to have those same opportunities. They need to have opportunities over the summer. And this partnership has helped us look at our data. Where do we have areas of concern, and how can we address those? Some of the community partnerships you'll see here, and these are constantly growing. What Soaring 4 looks like now compared to what it, bless you, before. This book is cool. United Way First Grade Para Program. Books for Kids is continuing to expand. Dive into reading, of course, you'll see that this summer. And now we're going to be able to do field trips with our title kids out to our Guy Harvey program and Anna Maria. All of that ties into literacy and getting students really excited about reading. And I think in addition to the new resources that we have for K3 and the K2 for second year implementation, combined with this community work, you see, turning that ship is not an easy task. And the ship has turned, and now we're moving in that right direction. We are going to talk now about what it looks like in the classroom and how we get the rest of our grades exceeding the state, because our goal is, of course, for all our students to be able to be strong readers so they can access their content in every area.
All right, so this is this current school year, and this next few slides, everything will be updated for next school year with the different resources that we have. But every year we provide guidance for teachers, for administrators, for schools on that 90-minute reading block and what those components look like. And so we want to make sure in that 90-minute reading block that there's a section of time for those foundational skills across all grade levels. And that looks different right? K2 is really focused on phonological awareness, phonics, instruction, fluency in that section. Where in 3rd through 5th grade, that really should be shifting more to that morphology study where we're looking at the meaning behind word parts. Because the hope is that we're getting them to grade level and they don't need that explicit individual phonics instruction as much anymore. We want to make sure that part of that 90-minute reading block has that focus on that explicit, systematic comprehension and vocabulary instruction. And then making sure, too, that a good chunk of that time is also dedicated to that small group instruction, because that's where we're really going to move our students. Again, thinking about the smaller the group, the more individualized instruction they can get, that differentiated instruction. That's how we can help move those students. That's where we can do that review, that reteach, really get some support from the teacher. And then that's also the time where we're giving the students the time for application. Because if we don't have application of what we're teaching explicitly, then there's no transfer to other contents, to other texts. So we have to make sure we get that practice in there.
And Allison mentioned the changing of resources. Our core resources are remaining as is only our first year of implementation. But that iReady piece, we are changing. We want a stronger progress monitoring piece that we can use for our students. And so Lexia Core is going to be coming in that we believe will really give us the tools where we can come back to you in the fall and present that data, that ongoing. In addition to FAST, this is also what our students are actively working on, and you can see the growth in their learning. So we're really excited to bring Lexia Core to you all next year and for our students and staff.
And I think that on that progress monitoring column, that is critical as well. So with FAST now, we actually have a good way in all grade levels to have that 3 times a year progress monitoring that we didn't have previously at any, or K2 especially, and even from the state at 3-5. And then, like Dr. Bresson said, bringing in Lexia Core 5 will give us that additional way to monitor our ELA instruction. So currently, this is our core reading program is Benchmark Advanced. This will, as she said, this will stay. We are in, as she said earlier, it will be the 3rd year of implementation at K2 next year, 2nd year for 3-5. It was on the state-approved instructional materials list, so we adopted off of that state-approved list. It is explicit and systematic. It includes multisensory instruction for those foundational skills, especially in K2. It does a really good job, and it strongly connects reading and writing, which are reciprocal processes. When one goes up, so does the other. And then it includes some really strong instructional supports for our ELL and our ESE students. So teachers have that in that teacher's guide to help them scaffold and support those students in meeting those grade level expectations. So at Tier 2, again, all of these materials will stay in place for next year, except iReady, which will be replaced with Lexia Core 5. And all of these materials are grounded in evidence. We're going to talk at the end about the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan. So per state statute, everything that we do in reading has to be grounded in evidence-based studies. So all of these materials are grounded with that evidence base. They are all explicit and systematic. They include multisensory strategies to support all of our students and any of our students who might have dyslexia-like characteristics. And then the progress monitoring that we use at Tier 2, and you'll see at Tier 3 as well, we use STAR CBM at K2 and then DIBELS 3-5. And then the same at Tier 3. So again, all of these are evidence-based. Again, the iReady would be replaced with Lexia and those teacher-led lessons that Lexia Core 5 is going to offer our teachers. And then we have those resources from Benchmark Advanced, both at Tier 2 and Tier 3. And then SIPS, again, is that explicit and systematic, very direct instruction phonics program for our schools to use at Tier 3. And the same progress monitoring here as you saw at Tier 2.
And so our ELA acceleration, first year of implementation of ELA acceleration. So we wanted to pull that data for you. I think this was a request when we came and spoke in relation to the strategic plan. And so you can see here in 3rd grade, students in acceleration from PM1 to PM2. Remember, we gave our PM2 in the beginning of December. Many districts held and gave PM2 late January. the window is very broad this year. The state may narrow that down next year. We wanted to know immediately how our new programs are working, so we really intentionally put it there early so we can make sure that coming back after the winter break, we hit any students that showed that they needed support. We were right on it. But you know, when you're looking at state, keep it in mind that some districts had 4 weeks extra of instruction after us. And so some of those things the state is still working out. But for back to acceleration, you can see students in accelerated courseworks are showing those higher gains in grade 3. You see it edging up in grade 4. Not as much in grade 5, so we'll go back and look a little closer to see what is happening there. I mean, students are still moving, but not in the manner we want to see them for that accelerated learning. And tutoring and after-school programs, I hit on this a little bit at the beginning. Very important that the superintendent said this as soon as I stepped into my role. I want those after-school programs to have supports for our students for learning. And so the team worked to bring in several different items. And one of the big things that we're excited to talk about for next year is related to Chapter 1 tutoring. This is another program we're going to bring in that offers one-on-one support for students at 4 different schools that are meeting with a trained tutor one-on-one with students throughout the year. So we're constantly looking, going out and seeing what other districts might be using that are having positive results, and then bringing those back to make sure our schools have every advantage as well.
Okay, so I mentioned the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan earlier. So this is a plan from the state that we districts must fill out and submit every single year. And it is really, truly a comprehensive plan, our comprehensive plan, our overarching plan for ELA and for reading for that next school year. You see the link where you can find the template. It is submitted annually, and this year it is due June 15th. And really the purpose of this plan is for districts to be able to put on paper how they are going to support that increased student achievement and close achievement gaps. So one of the new pieces this year in legislation is that the plan has to be approved by the school board. So this is our first kind of overview for you, and then we'll be bringing this back the second meeting in May for hopefully your approval on the plan. In the past, the plan used to just go to Just Read Florida at the state level. They would review the plan, they'd give us feedback, we'd have to make changes, we'd resubmit, and then they'd make their final approval. And this is tied to money, to allocation. So once the school board approves it, we have to submit. It is due to the state by June 15th. And then those funds that are tied to the plan will be released to districts by July 1st. And basically the plan, it details, again, that role of district and school level administrators around professional learning, how we are going to monitor progress with ELA, what we're doing in our curriculum and instruction. And remember, everything that we do according to the rule that is attached to this plan must be evidence-based, and all for improving student learning and achieving those expectations of the best standards at the end of the year. One of the other key pieces with the comprehensive reading plan are the decision trees. So in this plan, when you look at it, you'll see that they include Florida's formula for success, which is the 6 components of reading, the 4 types of assessments, and the 3 tiers of instruction, all being standards aligned. And when you have all of those pieces in place, then you're going to get reading success. So to support that formula for success, they include these decision trees. And the decision trees help us guide schools in how to use the data at all 3 tiers of instruction. So how are we going to deliver instruction, or which students are receiving tier 1, which is all? How do we know when a student is maybe not meeting those expectations at tier 1 and we need to look at moving them to that tier 2 instruction in addition to tier 1? And then again, how do we know if tier 2 is working or not working? If it is, the decision trees guide schools and maybe removing that intervention, or if they find that those tier 2 interventions aren't working, how are we going to intensify that instruction and move that student maybe into that tier 3 intervention? And so you'll see that in the decision trees, we give criteria for each of those tiers at each grade level. So schools know kind of, here are some cut points to consider for students when you're looking at which tier of instruction we need to support that student with. It is also in the rule that as soon as a student is identified as having, or we think they might have a substantial reading deficiency, we must immediately start tier 3 interventions. So, and they get tier 1, tier 2, and then they would also get that tier 3 right away. We're not waiting, until the end of the semester.
Okay, thank you for allowing us to present, and certainly if you have questions, we're here, and our team is here to help answer.
Yeah. Ms. Messenger.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through, like, I took notes, so I'm just gonna go through. My first question was about this slide here. I think it's the third slide in, they're not numbered, so, but it was early on. And it was just talking about the PM data from PM1 to PM2.
Yes.
And I was curious, I know that this year that the district still did their benchmark testing. I guess I was curious, how did you find that benchmark test aligned with this, was accurate as compared to this FAST test, or?
We did see alignment. So Evan McCarthy, our Director of Assessment and Research, took the quarter assessments, took PM2, took historical benchmark assessments to be sure that we are, which is why we offered both this year, is we wanted to make sure that alignment was there, and we weren't. And so we did find that the alignment was there that allowed us to really dig in then to what the state tool is, so we can use that when we're making our decisions.
Good. So then, I guess my next question will be, next year, do you think you're still going to do that benchmark test, or will you rely on FAST?
I think next year the plan is to rely on FAST, but solidify that progress monitoring using Lexia, which is a research-based, strong resource showing positive results in other school districts, to carry that data. We have our benchmark tool also has common assessments that teachers can use at the end of a unit to gauge student learning, and those common assessments are key. But to do a whole nother benchmark, I don't believe that's the direction that is needed.
Okay, I think that sounds reasonable. I mean, of course you want like a unit assessment and those other types of things.
Right.
Nobody's saying get rid of that, but if you can get rid of another computer-based or whatever test, it just doesn't seem like you need to, as long as it really is giving you the data you need.
Agreed.
But it sounds like it is.
Agreed.
Is it giving
us what we need? We don't want to add extra assessments for our
Right.
students and our teachers.
Right. Is it giving the teachers the data they need?
So we're hoping the platform becomes more robust as they continue to develop it. You can dig, but it seems to be a lot of work to get some of the results that are benchmarks. When Mrs. Saunders came on board and brought in the benchmarks, she had it down to the standard level very quickly. And so we're hoping the state eventually gets that way. But that's why those benchmark unit common assessments and then the Lexia core will provide it by standard. And so it's going to be a combination. So not looking at one data point for any student, but looking at the whole of the student work.
Yeah, because I mean, like looking at like your 90-minute reading block, like if you don't have that data to go, oh, well, these 4 kids don't understand this standard, let me pull that small group. Like unless you don't have that, then this whole thing is pointless. So that's why I was just, so it doesn't, this sounds like FAST maybe doesn't, but it sounds like the
other tools
Lexia
will help us fine tune, similar to what Academics does for us in math.
Okay.
Where you can pull by standard and see really where the students might be going wrong holistically.
Right.
And that might point to something that in our resources we need to examine, or is it a small group concern or an individual concern that we just pull the small group or individual and provide the interventions.
Okay, yeah, like if you're right, if like 10 kids don't get it, then you might need to reteach, but like 3, yeah, I get it.
And FAST is kind of, I think of it as a funnel. FAST is kind of that big end of the funnel. Lexia is going to allow us to then do exactly what you're saying. It drills down more. So we start here, here's that kind of big picture look. Oh my gosh, we think these students might be at risk for something, or they're not making the same progress. Then Lexia will allow the teachers to come in, the schools to come in and have that deeper conversation to say, okay, what exactly do we think is breaking down?
Do you find then that this new test is accurate? Like, I mean, I guess like, here's the thing, like proficiency is defined by whoever wants to define proficiency as, whatever it is, right?
Right.
So, but do you feel as if how the state defines proficiency, that the test accurately indicates that?
I think the state will get there. I think the state is still, because we haven't done our PM3 or had our cut scores set
Right,
by
right,
the state.
right.
I just think there's more work.
You're right, because
To
it
be
could say,
done.
well, this score is proficient or not, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right, so there's still work that they're doing, and they'll pull in PM3, which is why school grades won't be released right away. You know, there's
I do know.
growing pains.
There are a lot of growing pains. That's why I was just curious, because I like that at least you're finding that they line up with benchmark, even if we don't know what they're going to call proficient this year. So
Right.
there's that. My next question, or maybe more was a comment, was about the early literacy screeners. And I just really appreciated the piece that included supports for families, and it was kind of something you hit on later, where I know that Dr. Halpin's really good about that, but like knowing, like helping families, because like there's, you know, there's a lot of pieces that schools only have the kids for so many hours. And so there's a lot of other pieces that can really help build that background knowledge that can help students in school. So I think that that's really important piece. Like I go to Soren 4 and I see like I saw Mr. Tatum there on Wednesday. But like, you know, there's a lot of extra things that are done there, and I know there's a lot of other things that happen that really help build that background knowledge for students, and I really appreciated that piece. I had a question. Well, I won't touch that one. Let me go to my other ones. I also wanted to ask about your uninterrupted 90-minute reading block, this slide. This is for K to, or 3 to 5. What does K to 2 look like?
So K to 2, it's very similar.
I would imagine.
Yes, so the components of that 90-minute reading block are pretty much the same across all the grade level. It just might be where you're spending your time. So for example, in 3-5, where you see on the foundational skills about 10 minutes, in K2, that looks maybe more like 15,
Sure.
maybe on some days 20, because there's a lot more skills and they're just first learning how to read, right? So we're spending a little bit more time there. But other than that, it is pretty much similar. So
The expectation is still small groups with differentiated instruction,
Correct.
even in
all-
K to 2.
Yes, absolutely.
And that this is like when you do training, like there's training specifically on that model.
We bring that into all of our trainings.
Okay, I figured. Just wanted to ask. And Alexia Core, I will look that up because I do not know that one. But I appreciate you finding something that you find to be more effective than iReady. So there's that. Did you say to that?
I did.
I had one more thing. I know I wrote it down. Oh, it was about your decision trees. Is there public access to these decision trees?
Yep. So and I think I included, go back.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, so that where the template is on the slide before that, the one where it says template located at that link, that's where you can access the template for this next school year that we have already completed. But you can also pull up any past evidence-based reading plans for all districts. So you can see any district's plan from years past. And so you could currently see our current decision trees for this year.
Okay, because I remember in the past, at one point, this board had added like the reading decision trees to the student progression plan because we kept getting questions about that and people wanted public access to that. So I just want to make sure that it's somewhere
We
people
do-
can find it if they
We do
want.
have them in the student progression plan.
Right.
That currently is being revised, and will come forward to the board, I think late May or June 2nd, the student progression plan.
Okay, thank you. That was everything.
Miss Spray?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you so much. Lots of information here. First of all, your second, I guess, slide number 3, current FAST data,
Yes, ma'am.
says Manatee's at 46%. And you said that this, back in another slide, this program started in 2010. what would be the progression and percentage, do you think, from 2010 to this number is?
So for third grade,
Yeah,
um,
yes.
so I can speak back to at least about 2014, the first year of FSA. So I think, yeah, we started at, we're 50, or 46% in 2014. And then, it was 2016, 17, we were up to about 50% in third grade. So we've kind of, we were up and, after COVID, saw that drop again.
Okay.
So, but 5 years, we're up.
This was, yeah.
I mean, across the 5 years, versus the state, we increased 1.6% across 5 years.
If you took what the state increased and what Manatee increased, there is a faster rate of increase in Manatee, pulling up through 21, and then you see 22 here.
Okay, and I'm just wanting to get information
understand,
here.
absolutely.
2010, okay, and she asked the same question I was gonna ask about the K2 versus the 3 through 5. And the partnerships, we have a lot that has been outlined in your slide. I don't know what slide number it is, but all of these partnerships have been in place since 2010. I wish I could see when they came on board. If I could have that, that would be,
Okay.
that would be a nice thing to
I'll
have.
make a note of that, Ms. Spray, and we could put some.
Yeah,
some
I know Dive Into Reading, their program, and a Rotary, they presented here, so, but some of these library corners, I'm not sure about that one. I know Soar and Four's been here for a while. I don't know how involved they are. I know United Way has been involved. However, I attended a couple of meetings where they were going to focus on predominantly Title I Black community schools, and I didn't hear anything after that. It was just a meeting. There was a lot of parents there. And I think, Ms. Saunders, you were there for that.
Was that at the church that you're speaking of?
Yeah, yeah. So, but it just kind of fell apart, and it was long before COVID. So I don't know, I'd like to know more details on what they actually do, other than myself looking it up.
If I can speak really quick, just at least to the para program. So that started actually, I believe it was last school year, and they are funding a para in 8 of our Big Ten schools. And then this year, it came under curriculum, and because the United Way really wanted to make that more focused as far as the support for the students and the instruction that the paras were going to give to the students. So we put together, actually Jennifer Harrison has been integral in supporting that this year and partnering with the United Way. And she goes out pretty much weekly to the 8 schools, meets with the paras individually. She's been giving PD to the paras on early literacy instruction. We've provided resources for these paras so that they're able to work in small group with about 20 identified first graders at each of the schools. And they do small group instruction. Sometimes they're pulling them one-on-one in those early literacy skills. And the United Way has really just been a partner in that. They've supported that through the funding. The resources we provided the paras were purchased by United Way. We picked the resources, but the United Way helped fund that. They've been also going out and doing evening events at these 8 schools. So the United Way will go out to parent nights. Jennifer's gone and also helped with those, and so that the United Way is out there also giving those resources and support to the families.
Okay. And of course, you got some new people up here. The ELA Acceleration DBQ project. I don't know what that is, so.
So DBQ is document-based, is where that comes from,
Acronym
and it's a very common secondary when we look at different documents, and then we write in response to those documents. So you might be looking at, a speech and an article from, you know, the 1950s, and then you write about something along those times. So that's all it is just your document-based question.
Okay. And then, after-school programs, I heard you say in school year 23-24, you want to add Chapter 1 tutoring. I think from what I see, we have an awful lot of adding programs, and to your point earlier, we haven't really moved up a whole lot in percentage gains in reading.
Right.
And then earlier, Dr. Gufani gave a presentation or a 3-minute thing about rocket phonics. And the results from that, to me, is pretty good. I've been to San Jose, and I've talked to staff there, and they love the program. From what I understand, I think maybe you should look at that program a little more, and I know that's more for discussion here, but I really think that if you have something that's got some proven results here, we should look at that, and it is all volunteer-based, and I know some of those volunteers, and the thrill that they get from seeing the results from when they started with that child to the end of that session or semester.
Right, and the speaker earlier spoke
Yes.
about their experience. Which
Yes,
is huge. That's a win for the school and for our community members. I did meet with Rocket Phonics this week. We talked about some summer support and some building into next year. We have a meeting already scheduled for 2 weeks out. I wanted to look at some PM3 data with him as well, but those conversations are ongoing.
Yeah. I would be one to hesitate with bringing on another Chapter 1 tutoring program.
And Chapter 1 is an in-school program.
Okay.
It's not after school, it's during the day.
Okay.
They hire, so retention and recruitment is ongoing, when we all know that. This has been, we actually went down to look at a district that has been using Chapter 1 with really strong results. And so we went to go see what this looked like. And again, if it's another district is making gains with some students who are struggling, I want to know what they're doing.
Right.
So that's what we did. And found that they partnered with this nonprofit, and then they hire the tutor, which are often certified teachers who maybe aren't working full-time. They're retired, maybe they have children at home, but for some reason they're teachers that just are not working full-time. And those are the teachers that come in and work with a targeted group of students during the day with the teacher in the classroom as well, as a partner. So the teacher can continue to teach, and then they may bring the student over for that one-to-one intervention. So that's where the Chapter 1 partnership would come in.
Okay, so, because I'm confused here, because the slide says tutoring and after-school program. So that one is a in-school tutoring.
ma'am.
And then the other are after-school, these other
The
three?
other resources that we've incorporated into after-school programs this year.
Okay. Okay. I think that was all I had. And again, Ms. Messenger, I wanted to know if these actual learning tree is basically what it looks like to me, of progress is out there. But I'm real fan of the Rocket Phonics program because I have seen them work. I have actually met a couple of the students. They just adore Dr. Gufani and what they do down there. So it's a great program in my opinion, and I think somebody in Sarasota also uses them. I'm not sure what school, so I might be misquoting somebody there, but I would look really strong into something. If he's getting that kind of results, I might want to tap into that a little more, so.
And again, we appreciate the volunteers. That's huge.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Farmer?
Mine's, the 90-minute reading block.
Yes, ma'am.
60 minutes in small groups. If you have one teacher in a classroom, and let's say they need 3 small groups, what are the other 2 groups doing?
Yep, so, it depends on the grade level. K2, probably in like what we'd call a literacy center that is very much accountable, and they are working on skills that have been taught. A lot of times they're paired up, with a partner or other students, so there's support there. This is also where Lexia will come in. So with that computer-based program, they'll be able to also be independent working on Lexia as well. And then through Benchmark Advance, there's a student access to Benchmark Advance, which through Benchmark Universe. So the teachers are able to assign things in Benchmark Universe to students where they can go back in and reread, practice some phonics skills, watch instructional videos, those kind of things through that Benchmark Universe. 3-5, kind of similar, but probably more a menu of options where they have independent work they're completing. This is also where that writing in response to reading will come in. So, in 3-5, they might be assigned some kind of a short response question to the text that was guided by the teacher that day, and they're working on that response. They might be completing graphic organizers. So again, all aligned to the standards, what they're working on at that time, and then that's their application time, right? The students are applying it independently, so we can then also get those formative assessments to see how they're progressing.
How much time during this 90-minute block are students in front of a computer screen?
Good question.
It shouldn't be very much. I mean, probably no more than I'd say, hopefully the one rotation, which would be maybe 20 minutes. So it just probably depends, but they should not be on the computer that entire 60 minutes because they should have other, like I said, application through that writing in response to reading piece, fluency practice where they're rereading a text. They might be doing some kind of a partner activity. So there are definitely other activities and things that should be happening for that application piece, and that computer-based portion is minimal.
Okay, Lexia Core 5 is computer-based?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It has a teacher-led component as well, so that when the teachers get the data, as they monitor the data, it will give teacher-led lessons targeting what the students need based on the adaptiveness of the program, and then the teacher can pull those lessons, and so that's the support for some of the small group work.
So I assume that there's going to be some professional development going on?
Yes, absolutely.
When is that going to happen?
So we'll definitely have it preschool week. We'll start there. And if I remember correctly, I think that we've got site visits from Lexia as part of this is where I'm going to consult. Yes. Vanessa, am I right? Every school site, that's what I thought. So every school site will have, I think it's a full day visit that we've allocated for them for that PD. So they'll get that individualized attention from Lexia for PD.
Has there been any consideration because we're throwing out one program and bringing in another across the board, has there been any consideration to doing piloting?
Yes, so we did some
Don't
piloting.
laugh at me.
We did some piloting with some other resources this fall, and you saw some of that in our after-school programs. We also used Lexia 6 through 10. We implemented that this year, and we're really pleased with the way that it was rolled out and the professional development that the vendor started our teachers with, and just how intuitive the program was. But yes, we did some piloting, and I don't want to name those vendors, and just found that there were some reasons that we chose to stick with Lexia instead. And part of that is the results from other districts, and part of that also is feedback from our teachers, and then the ease of use. And we didn't want to put something in the classroom. One program required students to leap to a different platform, possibly middle of second grade, and teachers would have had 2 platforms going on, and that just wasn't something we were comfortable with.
Okay. The comprehensive evidence-based reading plan that we have to submit to the state. You had stated that in the past you'd submit it and then they would have comments, and so I assume there would be some tweaking. Is that going to go away? I mean, are school boards going to be replacing the state's input?
That is what our understanding. So all of the calls that we've had this year is that they are saying it is the school board who will approve the plan, and we submit by June 15th, and then they
It's a
release the money.
very structured template.
It is.
So it's not like there's a whole lot of leeway. Like we're gonna do. It's very structured. So you know you can change some things, but it's.
I'm not qualified, I'm sorry, to say, oh, this is a good program, do this one, you know.
Local control. We want it.
We will, yeah, well,
You got it.
good point, good
There's a
point.
list of things I'd like local control on.
More than that. I hear you.
And Ms. Foreman, it is pretty straight. I mean, it's pretty straightforward when you actually look at the template. It's very explicit. The state has a question almost that we have to answer in a box, and so it's really, did we answer the question fully, and outline what our plan is to support whatever that question is. So, yeah.
The last thing I want to ask about, there's I don't even know if it passed or not, a bill in the legislature where they are saying 3Qing is out, phonics is in. How is that going to impact our instruction, our curriculum? From what I understand, this is the basis of what all teachers were taught in college, and that what they've been practicing. So
Yep, so we've already started making that shift. So with the new adoption in K2 last year with Benchmark Advance, it really truly is structured literacy, which is really what you're referring to. And that explicit systematic instruction that is more based on looking at words and their word parts, and how those parts of words go together and work, and how letters work and those sounds attached to those letters work for that decoding and encoding piece. Versus when we're talking the 3Qing system, that's really one of the differences with then balanced literacy, right? Where balanced literacy starts more focusing on meaning and context, and then gets down to that word part, versus structured literacy starts with the word part and then also brings in meaning once we understand how words work. So we have already started making that shift. And really it's all of it grounded from that very first slide in the science of reading. The other piece that we have that we're bringing in next year is we are contracting with the University of Florida Lastinger Center. We are going to have intensive PD next year across the year for our principals and APs at all of our elementary schools, and then our literacy coaches and district specialists in the science of reading, and in that whole idea of structured literacy, explicit instruction, systematic instruction, multisensory instruction, and then also how we support our students who have possible reading gaps. So we're really excited about that partnership. We've got at Pinellas County to the north of us, they've been partnering with them for I think about 3 or 4 years now, and they've seen some huge turnaround and growth in their turnaround schools, in their lowest performing schools there. So we spoke earlier about the importance of PD for our teachers, for our administrators, and so this opportunity with UF is going to give us just some amazing PD for us to grow the pedagogy and the content knowledge across all of our schools, which will help support our teachers with exactly what you're talking about.
it's overwhelming, you know, our poor teachers.
It is, and it is, and I will say, I was at a presentation, a conference, I don't know, a couple months ago, and the speaker stood up and started the presentation with, teaching reading is hard. And I had to stop and think, because that's my whole background, right, is literacy. And I had to really stop and say, he's right. It really is hard. And so we're just trying to, you know, we know we need to move our data. We've got to move our ELA scores. And one of the places we have to start is really building that understanding of our administrators, of our teachers, of our coaches, so we can make those moves. So that's really kind of where we're trying to focus next year.
Thank you, both of you.
Well,
I'm done.
okay, thank you. And you talk about like reading hard. It's. I saw a video the other day of like someone doing words, and it's like, you know, CH is ch. It said it's like this. It's not, and something, and it just it's kind of, the English thing is a little bit ridiculous. But and on top of that, the second thing is with scores. Okay, I get extremely frustrated with, we've got to obviously say, hey, are people passing or not? Are they be able to read or not? And being, and this was my question for what we've seen with the best now that FSA's out. We weren't really testing, can a kid read this text? We were testing if a kid can read the text, comprehend, answer a question, go A through D with questions, answers that were very similar to A, but B is a little bit different. It has not in there instead. So we've turned from, oh, can they read, to can they read, can they comprehend, can they answer questions right, can they take a test? So it's not, these scores aren't just, can a kid read?
Right.
And I felt like I never taught reading, but I know with the math, like we were trying to trick kids instead of saying, do you know what 2 + 2 is, right? And so I felt it's the same thing with reading. So my question for you is, do we feel like the best moving what we've seen? Is it truly testing kids on reading ability, or is this a test where we're trying to do so much and trick where you almost got to learn how to take a test and beat a test and understand? Do you know what I mean?
Right. I think.
What do you see the difference between the best and FSA?
I think the state has moved in the right direction with FAST and in the way it's designed, and it's still very early on. But there will always be some of that learning how to analyze what they're really asking you, and then how you go through process element. That will always be the case. You know, my son took the ACT, scored 1 score. I had him work with someone that taught him how to take the test.
Right.
And then he took it 2 months later. He didn't acquire any more knowledge. He just learned a couple things and went up 3 points.
Right.
You know, so that is part of that. So as we become more accustomed to the assessment, we look at test specs and design and work with our teachers on that as well, so they can equip their students with the tools for test take. That'll always be somewhat a part of it, but you're right. It's not about, let's read this passage and tell me what it says, because the student could probably tell you what it says.
Right.
But now answer the questions on it, and it becomes just so much more complex. Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad we're moving in the right direction. I know we did the pilot with the early bird. Do we feel like that is going to be increased in other schools, other places?
I think we really want to hold until we see PM3 and go through the rest of our data. Students are actively on early bird, and so we're close.
Okay.
But give us just 4 more weeks on that.
The uninterrupted 90-minute. Obviously it's hard for adults to go 90 minutes doing something. And I know they're changing. I guess my question with it is that a state requirement, something we have to do? Okay. And I'm assuming those people that maybe made that state requirement were never in a classroom and did it for 90 minutes, I'm assuming.
But Mr. Choate, our teachers, I mean, you know, you've been in the
Oh, no,
their kids are saying sounds and then doing a little movement
Sure.
with it, and there's so much activity in that
Right.
90 minutes. They are, you know, I'm secondary. These elementary teachers are just
Oh, they're way better than,
magic.
absolutely, I agree.
Yeah,
I just,
yeah. So they're moving.
okay.
Yeah.
And we do work with our teachers through PD. That is something that we do to try and help with that engagement piece in that 90 minutes for exactly what Dr. Breslin's talking about. We don't want a kindergartner sitting on the carpet or sitting at a desk for 90 minutes. So how do we break that up? How do we keep them engaged? How do we incorporate movement, songs, things like that? You know, some of that multi-sensory piece, so that they don't feel like they're just sitting for 90 minutes, you know, getting reading instruction.
And lastly, you know, I would say I don't have the knowledge on what partnerships, boys, girls club, whatever, whoever it is that we bring in. The fact is we just need to have volunteers come in and read to our kids. The teachers do it. The kids are not going home and reading, whether that's parents, whatever. We have to do whatever we can to help them, and we need volunteers. I don't care what product we use, and I particularly think that It's not about the product. It's just about someone being there with them and caring about them and sitting reading with them. I don't care if it's Rocket Phonics or whatever we use. Let's use something, but it's the people. That's what it comes down to me. So whatever we get, and we gotta ask for people to come out and volunteer and help. And that's you know, I don't know what it was like before and all that kind of stuff, but it just that's the reality we're in.
Right.
We have to be able to have volunteers come in and be assistants, because they're obviously when they go home, there's just not a connection there, and I don't know.
Right, I totally agree. It's a win for the volunteer, because every volunteer you speak to is
Loves it.
shining with that experience with their students, and then the schools and the students as well. It's a win-win. We got hit hard with COVID, with volunteers not being able to come in, and we're open. We want volunteers to.
Right. And with that, we've got to make sure that our volunteers it's not, we want to make sure we're bringing in the right people, of course.
Absolutely.
But we
It's a
also
vetting
don't,
process.
but we also don't want it to be so ridiculous of a process that nobody wants to do it,
Right,
you know?
right.
But we obviously got to find the right ones. I mean, we can't let everybody in.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the presentation. I think that we're making strides, and I can't wait to see what, after the PM3, to see where we're at.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah. Mr. Chanham?
Do we want to potentially take a 5-minute break, just because it'll probably take me 15 minutes or so to go through what I have to say, or if it's up to you guys.
say you
Board?
Okay.
Knock out some.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I think so.
I want to say again, but
All right.
in addition to.
Go ahead.
All right, great. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
This is interesting information, and we have to kind of make some progress here, you know, because we've got to get these, hopefully, I know we're all working, it's kind of like the bus situation I see sometimes, you know, we're all working really hard at it, and we're just making incremental progress. So the first question I had, I'm now a little bit dangerous because I went to a conference recently, and they talked about words like balanced and structured, and I was like, hey, I know what they're talking about. So if we could, I'm just going to kind of go through the presentation slide by slide, and I made a few notes on it. So on the first slide there, the science of reading, that was back from 2001. And again, I'm just knowledgeable enough now to be dangerous on this stuff. That from what I learned during the conference, this appears to me more of a balanced approach than a structured approach. Would you say that's true or not true?
The
Okay.
Scarborough's rope, it supports a simple view of reading, which is one of the pedagogical pieces of the science of reading. So science of reading really is the practices that have been studied and researched and proven to be effective. And so when we're thinking about the simple view of reading, which is that word recognition times that language comprehension gets us to reading comprehension, and then Scarborough's rope is the other piece that then supports that same view. So no, this is all grounded in the science of reading and that structured literacy approach.
And which is primarily based on phonics. Is that true? Is structured reading primarily based on phonics, or?
It's
It's a piece.
It's
yeah.
a piece, but when you're talking structured literacy, it's how you're teaching everything in reading. So it's that, again, that approach of that explicit, systematic and sequential instruction that is happening not just in phonics, but even in comprehension, in vocabulary instruction, and fluency instruction. So throughout everything that we're doing, it's that very direct instruction, explicit instruction.
And
that's happening.
underlining on the assessment, when the assessments were developed, the FAST assessments, this was the underlining foundation to then build up from on what they were going to be asking students to do.
Okay. And did I hear you respond to Mrs. Foreman that, let me turn this a little bit, so that the state is moving more from a balanced approach to a structured approach? Did I hear you say that?
So
or?
they probably, I'd say, about 2 or 3 years ago, it was the year I actually worked for the state as a state regional literacy director, the first year they had those positions, and that was the first year that the state rolled out BEST, or started rolling out the BEST standards. And that's really when we saw that shift in that philosophy from the state, and that's when we really started pushing the PD around the science of reading, that structured literacy approach, that really big focus on that explicit phonics instruction in K2. So I'd say about 3 years ago, the state started making that shift, and we are, all districts are starting to, they're falling behind and making that shift as well.
And you think that's the right direction to go?
I do. I absolutely do. And I mean, the research, when we're looking at the research from the science of reading and everything that shows, yes.
Great. Because at this conference, they said phonics, 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 more phonics. So they seem to want to really make that the basis of what we were doing, so.
Great.
Okay, good. Okay, on to slide 2. You know, I think it was Mark Twain who said there are statistics, there are statistics, there are lies. How's that? I missed the quote now. There are lies, there are statistics, and then there are darn statistics, and then there are lies. That was the quote, right? So I don't understand exactly what this chart is trying to show me here, and I'm not accusing you of doing anything like that. It's just one of those where you see a bunch of statistics, and it can be confusing. So what are we trying to show? What are you trying to show us here with this
So if we
chart?
look at kindergarten, just start there, PM1, so when students came into the school year and they sat down and took that assessment, and remember it's a comprehensive assessment, 8% showed that they would be considered a level 3 or higher, so proficient.
Okay.
At the end of the year kindergarten standards. Then we took those same students and put them in the testing room in the beginning of December, and we were at 30%, so 22% growth. The state tested their students, some in the state tested in December, some tested in January, so we didn't get these results back from the state until like mid-February. But you could see there at 31%, so they grew 21% for kindergarten. So then you can grow down and see, not only do we want to see where our students are on proficiency, but we also look to see, especially with the new assessment, is how is our growth compared to the state growth. Of course, we're competitive and we always want to outperform everybody because we are the best. I don't remember who said that earlier, but I agree. But to be the best, we need the numbers to back it up. So at any time that our pace is not outpacing the state, and we have a few districts that we might look at too to make sure we're outpacing them. If they have similar, like districts, we want to be outperforming them. And so we do look at what that growth is as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense now. So I can see that doing some simple math in public, 30% minus 8% equals 22% on the top line, right? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so would that be saying that when at the beginning of kindergarten, PM1 is done right when they come in the door or something like that?
Pretty
or?
much within
Okay.
weeks.
And so then PM2 is done in
We
December?
did that in December, beginning of December this year.
And so 22% of the students improved
And
to proficiency level.
so perhaps there was a larger improvement. You might have had some that were level 1 or that improved to 2. I mean, it doesn't mean just improved. It means showed that they would be considered proficient on end of the year standards.
So 3+ is what you have to score to be is that what the
Yes.
3+ means?
Yes.
And they're probably what, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something like
Yes,
that?
sir. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, great. So that's what that means. It shows, so we've had some improvement in certain areas, it looks
Sure,
like.
right.
But still, over here on the right, unfortunately, that number is probably not where we would want it to
That was
be.
last year's, right?
The FSA
The-
2022,
Yeah, so that's last year, end of the year results.
end of the year. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. So one question I have is, how much of an effect, maybe this is a little bit of the elephant in the room, so to speak, what effect does the amount of ESOL students have on what we're trying to do here? In the sense, do you think it's just being realistic, when we bring students into a school setting where they don't have English as a primary language and maybe don't even know English, how does that affect all this, I guess? What's your opinion?
Oh, I mean, it affects just as a student who might have, a reading disability that we have to provide the interventions. A student who might have come in from another state and isn't familiar with our curriculum, and maybe they're starting off in an unknown area and don't have the same advantage of a student who's been with us since kindergarten. So that's why that progress monitoring is key, because we do have to provide interventions for any students that's showing that they're not meeting the grade level expectations.
Okay. And just review for us real quick, I know we're doing dual language at some schools. What kind of programs do we have in place to deal with the situation where some of the children that are coming into our schools are not proficient in English?
So we have tools such as Elevation, and Elevation it gives teachers strategies to work with students who might require extra support. And when I say strategies, I mean certain instructional techniques that might help a student learn a letter sound, apply that sound in a way that's different than what that teacher maybe used before. Sometimes you just have to try different approaches with any learner. So that's one tool. They're using our core resources, but the interventions might be different to support those students.
Imagine learning.
And Imagine Learning as well is another tool that we use for our Ls.
Okay. And we do have dual language programs. And how many of our dual language programs, how many schools
Yes,
have those?
yes, sir. We have the dual language. Let me go back to
They're
that.
in 5 right now. We're expanding to 6
Yep.
next year.
Okay.
We have matriculated up to 3rd grade at Daughtry, but that's the only one because they were the first to start.
Okay.
In Imagine Learning, which is our intervention for Tier 2 and Tier 3 for our Hispanic or ELL students, it is given to them in multiple languages. So what it does, if your primary language is Spanish, it helps, it provides the intervention and the instruction in their native language.
Okay.
That platform has multiple languages, so it doesn't just have to be Spanish, whatever their native speaking language is. And then it kind of scaffolds in the English until where it builds the English language and pulls back their native language. So it has been a very valuable intervention tool because like you said, if you walk in the door, and as we know, Daughtry has 50% of their students that are non-English speakers. If you can't speak the language, but I'm giving you a test in English, odds are you're not going to do very well initially. So it does have an impact.
I'm just envisioning the second grader who comes in halfway through the year, or the third grader who doesn't speak any English, and then we give them the PM, and what's realistic? I mean,
Right.
they're
And
not.
I will tell
we're
you,
not-
we're over 23% Ls when you combine those that are in the program right now and those that have just exited over the last couple of years. So we do have a large percentage of ELL students, which we know that has changed in Manatee County drastically in the last 10 years. So we're all trying to adjust, come up with different strategies, different supports, and train our teachers, because 10 years ago, that was not the emphasis of the primary need. So when our students' population changes and their needs change, we have to come up with different strategies to evolve with our students as well.
So have we gone out, I mean, you guys are the experts in the field. Are there other programs maybe in areas that have been doing the dual language and have had ESOL students, a large concentration of them before we got them here over the last 5 years? I don't know, some of the border states that have been dealing this and looking at their programs and seeing what's successful, but I don't know.
Yeah, so Elevation is a prime example of a
Okay.
tool that was brought in this year to help address some of the needs that we found. And so Deb Estes, our director of ESOL, worked with other districts who use this program, partnered with the vendor, has been providing PD. Our principals went through PD on it as well, so they understood how this could provide tools for learners. But absolutely, we're constantly looking if a district has high performance with their ELL students, we go and ask them, hey, what are you doing? Let me walk your classroom. But we're partners in learning, although we're competitive because we want our district to stand out as top. We're going to do whatever we can to provide our staff and students what they need. Absolutely.
Good. Okay, on to the next slide, which was early literacy screeners. So these programs that you talked about here on this, are these analysis programs or are these intervention programs? What I mean by that, is it just getting data, or are there intervention programs on this slide?
So for Early Bird, it is an assessment first, right? It's a screener.
Okay.
And then it does also provide instructional resources in the platform for teachers. So once they look at the data and see, okay, here are these areas that we need to support for these particular students, there are resources and lessons and activities that they can pull out of the platform. The other one is right now, it's just a validity study they're doing for the state. So we're just basically, right now, gave them access to our KN1 students at 3 schools to do this study for the state that they're looking at a screener that they might roll out eventually. So
Okay. So what are they trying to validate here at the bottom with the Florida Center for Reading Research?
they're trying to validate the Learning Ally early literacy screener. So the state is also looking at a screener that potentially they might roll out across the state. I'd say maybe the next 2 to 3 years if they do decide to move forward with it. So right now they're just doing a study to make sure that it's valid before they look at rolling it out.
And the screener is to figure out what level students are at. What is that? What are they screening for?
Reading deficiencies, similar to what Early Bird might screen for.
And speaking of that, this conference I was at, they talked about dyslexia programs. I talked to Ms. Saunders a little bit about that. Apparently we're using Ortho Gillingham. Some of our teachers are trained in that. What's that, please?
Is that early bird too?
I don't know.
Dyslexia?
So Orton Gillingham, it's an approach to working with students who have dyslexia or dyslexia-like characteristics. And really what it is, it's that explicit, systematic, and then it brings in that multisensory, multimodal piece where the students they're combining sight, hearing, touch, and movement. So even in our core with Benchmark Advance, we have all of those pieces. So it's not necessarily that we have the Orton Gillingham program itself, but the characteristics of the Orton Gillingham that have been found to work with those students, we have all of those pieces at our fingertips. So our teachers have the activities that are multisensory, where they can write in sand, or they're moving, right? When they sound out words, they're at, right? So it's that movement piece. And so we have all of those tools, and the teachers are implementing a lot of that.
They mentioned at the conference, just for your information, that there are apparently scholarships available through some foundation where teachers can go and get this Orton Gillingham training for what that's worth. And I appreciate your time, and you may be asking yourself, am I trying to become an expert on early literacy? And I'm not, but I sometimes do get a lot of questions from the community about, what are you going to do about that reading problem? And it's nice to have some knowledge about this stuff so I can talk intelligently to it. And I can throw around a bunch of big words like balanced and structured, and then they go, wow. So, sound like I know what I'm talking about. Okay, moving on to rocket phonics. So yes, Dr. Gafanti in his presentation this morning said, please consider a pilot project that can give the broad ample data on the effectiveness of our collaboration. We will work with 2 or 3 teachers at each site this summer. You can compare our results with those students at the same site without rocket phonics. Our pre-test will be the most current fast test, and our post-test will be the one in the fall. The teachers we work with are those who choose to work with us. Collaboration shouldn't be forced, but it sounds like you're working with them and we're moving forward with that.
Yes, we have a meeting, and don't quote me on the date. It's not next week, but the week after. I said I wanted to get through some initial testing and come back, but we did meet this week, and so those conversations are ongoing, certainly.
Are you somewhat of a fan, the 2 of you, or of the program, or what are your?
I'm a fan of anybody who's going to help us recruit volunteers to work with our students. Absolutely. I haven't seen it. I was not part of the team that went to see it. I mean, I told him I would come out and take a look at it. And speaking to him, he mentioned Pamela and of course this volunteer, that I think it's great to have that community tie-in, and we certainly would take advantage of that.
And Ms. Nichols, just from the technical aspect of the program, you believe it's in line with reading science, or the rocket phonics program, that it's in line with?
And we saw a quick preview of the books a couple days ago when we met with him, and yes, it definitely hits phonics. It's done as from what we understand as like game based, which is always engaging for students. So absolutely, and again, I think the big part, as Dr. Breslin said, is that community partnership and getting those volunteers in, and I know that was mentioned earlier how important that is, and having the students, having those volunteers coming in and reading with kids. I think any of that is going to make a difference. So yes.
So but they're just not reading, I mean, they're actually providing technical training, or they're reading training, it's not just
Correct. There's
spot run and.
Right.
there are lessons in the book.
Which is good too, but, so the numbers at the bottom there on the Rocket Phonics slide, are those, in, again, as a professional and expert in the field, the movement that they accomplish between PM1 and PM2, is that significant? Is that something that you look at that and you go, yeah, I think the program is being effective?
I think, excuse me, it's a small sample group, and so I know at Miller, they started a little bit later, and so we're gonna look at PM2 to PM3 on that as well. Yes, that at or above benchmark to 40% is really great to see. That urgent intervention still makes me wonder about that, but yet I would never make a conclusion based on, we got to look at the full set of data. And so we'll get that as we continue to go through the rest of our testing this year.
It's a small sample, that's hard when you're doing statistics. I know, the quote was, there are lies, there are darn lies, and then there are statistics.
And there you go.
That's the quote, right? So,
Yeah, but that volunteer piece and that connection to a student and an adult, I mean, that, and I think Mr. Choate said that is huge, you know, and so you don't see that maybe captured in the data, but that's the benefit of our community partners.
well, if you can get volunteers that are coming in and then they're actually using a technique that's proven to work, so much the better, I would think, right? So let's say we could get, I think, I don't know how many volunteers he has. I talked to him recently. He has maybe 30 volunteers. What if we could get 100 volunteers? Is there enough room for expansion of this type of program if we could get 100 volunteers to expand into?
So I can't say 100% yet. I need to talk to the schools. It's more, you know, than just me saying, you're all going to use this, you know.
Right.
What does your after-school program look like? What are you already using? What does summer look like? You know, in our summer programs, there is, the time is a bit scripted for those summer interventions. And I don't mean scripted by us. I mean state requirements. And so how does it fit in to that? We don't have after-school care within our summer school programs where this is sitting right now. And so that's why I look forward to that second meeting.
Okay.
You know.
Good. And so we'll have better statistics, so to speak, after PM3 is given for progress. We'll have better statistics to look at and see.
Absolutely. Looking at the whole picture is key.
Okay. And as he said here, Dr. Gafanti, collaboration shouldn't be forced. I mean, like you said, if people want to use it or the principals or whatever, I don't know. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, so moving on to the dual language data slide. Again, more of these. What is this? Can you walk me through what we're trying to? First of all, which numbers were not correct on this slide?
The -10 and -8, and we handed you the correct slide.
-18?
Yeah, it should be, instead of -10, it should be +5. Instead of -18, it should be +2.
Okay.
And so what we're really looking at is this far right. And so if you look at all your dual language schools, and again, we'll pull this again after PM3, which is practically right here, since May is next week. All dual language schools, students not in dual language in kindergarten, met expected growth at 43%. Those in it met it at 32%. But what you want to jump to is third grade. So all dual language schools, if they were not in dual language, their change was +5, and then if they were, it was +12. And so that is one of the keys is how does it change over time? So if you're working with students in kindergarten who are, where English isn't their first language, and they start with this program, naturally on that first assessment, that first year as they're acquiring the language is gonna be not as strong. But the research behind dual language programs, it's the continuation. That's why you don't just do it 1 year and stop. So as a student stays with it, their ability to master those English standards becomes stronger had they not been a part of that program, because they're learning the language and learning the standard at the same time, whereas before we were trying to get them to learn the language and then working on the standard, and you ended up with big gaps. So that you're doing it at the same time, and the result maybe isn't right in kindergarten, but it is showing. And so we'll see that as we continue to move forward with our schools. But we'll monitor it every year. pull PM3, pull across the grade levels, pull across the schools, using our Alexia next year. The key for positive implementation and growth is that monitoring.
Okay, so the number on the bottom right then, plus 5% and plus 12%, that means that, so the no is no dual language program and the yes is yes dual language program. What does the second number of students that took each one of those, PM1
Yes.
and PM2?
Right, and we always look at the number of students because we just want to be sure we're not basing it off, apples and oranges. Are these the same students? And the numbers will help show that we're
Okay, so it's
not
approximately the same number of
skipping a group.
students.
Right.
And so in the dual language programs, 12% of the students showed some type of proficiency improvement? Is that what that number says?
Yes.
Or what does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you look at, second grade, jumping back up, no, dual language, 28% growth, and these are, all the schools together. Yes, 34% growth if they were part of the dual language.
Okay, what does the 50 plus SGP mean on the top right? Do you know what that means?
Growth prediction? 7.
Okay.
I wanted to be sure I was saying that right.
That's part of that.
So it's not saying they're proficient, it's just saying that they've made, is it saying that they've reached proficiency, or is it just saying they've made improvement from where they were?
So when you look at PM1 to PM2 proficiency change, that's how many students actually maybe were sitting at a 1 or 2, but on PM2 went up to a 3.
Okay.
And then the meeting expected growth, so how much growth should any student do at 1 year? And that's what that right column is.
Okay.
So for that star, we set the expected growth at the 50, the 50th percentile. So that's where that is coming in. So it's saying that in second grade, 34% of our students in dual language met that target that we set for that expected growth.
Okay.
And then in third grade on their FAST test, we don't have that measure, so because they're 2 different tests.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, I should have said that.
And I also want to point out too that third grade, the data you're seeing, that is the Daughtry third grade that Mrs. Saunders spoke about, that this is our first year rolling it to third. And so those are the students at Daughtry who have been in the dual language program since kindergarten, and then it's followed them up each grade level, right? So those students then will also then move into dual language in 4th grade, I believe, next year. So those are students who have been with the program since kindergarten for the most part. There might be some add-ins here and there, but.
So as I look at the numbers, and now that I understand the statistics better, and maybe I'm misreading this because, again, I'm not an expert in this area, it doesn't show that dual language programs are creating a big difference between the non-dual language programs, or am I just looking at the percentages? For instance, if you look at first grade, it was actually +5 apparently for not dual language, then it was +2%. PM1 to 2 I'm talking about in the middle column there. And then in second grade, it was even, whether it was a dual language or a not dual language program. Apparently, for third grade, it was over twice as much, but I'm just curious about the.
Right, and then I think if you look at third grade, you'll see that it's 5 to not dual language to 12, which is over double. So,
Right.
and remember, these are students who are not at all proficient, that those are the only numbers grabbed. And so whereas, and maybe this would be a better way to look at it, if we're looking at an ELL student coming in who maybe isn't a part of it, and maybe that's some data I can have the research team run compared to students who are part of the program. We have students who came into our schools not speaking English who are now scoring at a proficient level at an early grade. And so I think that's the win there, where if they weren't in that program as an ELL student, would they be reading at a grade level in English already?
Okay.
And that's why we brought it, is we were seeing they weren't, and we brought it, but that's why the district brought it. And so the answer had to be something other than this. They're not learning to read at grade level in English in early grades, and then we're trying to catch them in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and we're a little too late. And so now we have students reading at grade level who came in not with English as their first language.
And a significant number of them?
I think it's growing, and I think compared to when you were talking perhaps before, when none in second grade, it would be significant to me that we have them reading at grade level.
I think if you look at the third grade data, it probably shows the best results because those students staying in over time, you had a 12% increase versus those that did not participate.
Right.
You only had a 5%. So yes, out of the gate, year one, you may not see that significant, but remember, you're having to get them acclimated to a new country, in many cases, a new system. But the research shows in this program is a national program, which we're kind of delayed in Florida of implementing dual language, which is kind of surprising. And it really was only in South Florida, in Dade, Duval, not Duval, but Dade, Palm Beach, and Broward when we brought it here. It's not even in Sarasota's traditional or many of the surrounding areas yet. It's kind of been delayed. I'm not sure why, but it has caught on because many have seen the results in other states of this system and this program, which is a teaching method. It's not a computer program.
Right.
Of really being able to accelerate the learning. So you're not seeing as much day one, year one, but that's why you start in kindergarten so that when they get to third grade, that you're going to start to see that acceleration of proficiency. And we now, we would love to have it in every school. We would love to have it in all those that have a large Hispanic population, and that's where we've started. But the issue is finding the teachers. You have to have a proficient Spanish-speaking teacher as well as an English teacher for each grade. And then remember, each school that has it, we have to add another grade to that as well as another school. So that's why, we can only add 1 or 2 schools a year. Really, it's the staffing that is the limitation of growth. But I think you're going to find that this is one of the most effective strategies we can do of instructional learning for both child, because they will be bilingual when they're out of 5th grade.
And we're
So
looking at ELA, but math as well.
Right.
Has seen an increase because the students are acquiring the English language and then able to learn the math concepts and score better on those state assessments. And so it's beneficial for more than just ELA.
Well, as a language teacher myself, I'm a big fan of the dual language programs. Mm-hmm. I speak French pretty well, but I didn't start till later as a teenager, and so I'll have an accent for the rest of my life. And
I
these
wish
kids
my
won't,
son had taken French when he was younger
there we
because
go.
it's struggling, and now it's public record for all that know it's hard in high school for him to acquire the French language, but he's working on it.
Well,
You need to tutor him, Mr. Tatum.
all right. I'll do that. I kind of miss the classroom sometimes, Let's see, I could be in a classroom today talking about Monet and French and Impressionism art in French, or I could be here looking at statistics. So
Right, this is
where would I rather be? But anyway. All right, so that's good, yes. And plus those, the dual language builds neural pathways in the brain too. Who knows how those neural pathways are used then for science or for math or for other ways. It's just a whole bunch
positive effects.
more neural pathways running around in the brain that we can use to solve problems. Okay, moving on, let's see. Campaign for grade level reading. Yeah, I went to Soren 4 yesterday, or 2 days ago actually, wasn't it? It was Wednesday, and that was really good, and I was very impressed, and so good on that. So we can move on from that page. And then, let's see, community partnerships. That's all good. While we're there, how many actual programs are there in the schools, though? I know we have Rocket Phonics, and how many programs are actually either after school or in school programs, I guess, that are?
I don't want to throw a number and misquote, but can I get that information
yeah.
back to you?
Yeah, that'd be great to know. I was just curious. Okay, and then on the uninterrupted 90-minute reading block, let's see, ESOL programs. We talked about that. I had some questions. Well, I know on more frequent assessments, I know that we've had some success in the in the math area with doing more frequent assessments and things like that. On the other hand, parents, I hear a lot of times complain about too many assessments. I think we had a conversation a little earlier, but how are we going to find the just mean,
I
so to
think the
speak?
difference is, is you have your assessments for learning. And so sometimes when we say assessments, the parent brain thinks they're gonna sit at a computer and for an hour and a half, and so we don't mean that. There's plenty of ways, and so building in common assessments where the teacher's able to grab the data while the student is actively responding and learning is key for the progress monitoring. When we talk about switching from iReady to Lexia, there's no diagnostic assessment for Lexia. So the student is working as we're pulling data. So they're learning and we're receiving data. And so that type of progress monitoring, similar to athletics, my son is in 3rd grade, not the one taking French, another one. And athletics he loves it. And so we're receiving data off of this child who doesn't even realize they're taking an assessment. But then we have the data back to determine where that student is in their learning. And so when we say put in some of these assessments for learning, we don't mean a formalized summative test.
Okay, but do you feel like there'll be more frequent, maybe assessment isn't the right word, more frequent opportunities to see where the child is and then to target interventions at them on a
We're
more frequent
bringing in
basis?
a tool that's going to allow us to have that frequent snapshot of where the student is.
Okay. I came up with an analogy. I'm just curious if you would agree with it. Like if you were, let's say I was growing tomatoes over a tomato growing season and I planted them and I used a strategy and then I got no tomatoes at the end of the season. Would it be better if, instead of waiting 3 or 4 months and go, I don't have any tomatoes, to 2 weeks go, how's my tomato growing coming, and then adjust fire. I'm not getting any tomatoes instead of waiting until the end of the
Absolutely.
growing season. So is this a similar approach where we're trying to do something like that? Okay, good. Yeah, great. And it seemed to have some success in our math area, apparently, more frequent
Great.
monitoring. Okay, good. All right, great. I didn't have any questions on Tier 1, evidence-based intervention materials. I didn't have any questions there. Tier 3, I didn't have any questions. ELA acceleration. ELA stands for English Language Arts,
Yes, sir.
right? Yeah, okay, great. What does this slide, what are we trying to show for English language acceleration? What are we accelerating, I guess?
And so in looking at accelerated learning, reaching higher into the standards, and then how do we measure that success? And so again, if you look at, let's take a look at third grade total. If we're looking at the number of students, 369, PM1 to PM2 change was positive 10. In the same scenario, 165 of those students were not in an accelerated program. They grew 6%. In the accelerated, they grew 20%. And so what is also helpful to think about is students previously not in accelerated, their growth rate, and that's why it was brought, is that we were seeing some of our high-level students stuttering on their growth, where, we don't want to just maintain, but at the very least we want to maintain. We would prefer to see 3s go to 4s, 4 goes to 5, 5 stays at 5. And we were seeing maybe a slip. And so that's why the acceleration was brought in to kind of mirror what the state did with their math acceleration. And so the theory is, and again, we'll be pulling more data after PM3, are the accelerated students moving at a higher rate or maintaining those 5s in a higher rate than they did the previous year. And I realize it's different assessments, but we can still measure level to level in some ways. And so that's how we're monitoring the effectiveness of that.
So what are some of these things we talked about the accelerated programs, or did we not talk about the accelerated program?
So the DBQ is an example. And
Okay.
so you have your high-level readers maybe looking at those document-based questions, reading at a above grade level text perhaps, and then synthesizing that information and doing a written response. And so that bringing in that high level of rigor, which in turn is going to prepare them for perhaps they're going pre-IB or AP as they go to middle school. that's going to be very important that they practice these skills, and then into high school, of course.
Okay, and then on the column on the right there, I'm getting a little better at reading these charts since we've had the discussion, so thank you. I'm learning as we're going along. How about that? Actual learning taking place. So it looked like third grade there was a significant difference between the no and the yes, where there was a change from PM1 to PM2. Then in fourth grade there was some, so it was like 14% in third grade. The difference was 9% in fourth grade, and then only 3% in fifth grade. So it appears to be descending as they go along.
Right.
What are your thoughts on that, or why is that happening, or is that to be expected, or?
Yeah, right. So, and since this is the first year that we've done it, when we received this, we go back out, we look at what's happening in fourth and fifth. Is there a tweak we need to do? Yes, okay, here's what we're going to do, and now we're waiting for PM3. But that's the benefit of having that PM2 measure, is that you can see before your tomatoes are done, where are we, and how can we make sure that the success you see in one grade, it matches the other grades, or maybe one school is showing higher than another school. So what can we do to make sure all schools show the same level of success?
Okay, great, thank you. I'm just curious about a lot of this as a teacher too.
And it too, is this is what we have discussions about, with Mrs. Saunders and the team. Well, what happened there? Let's go take a look. Let's go out to the schools. Let's visit the classrooms.
Okay. Okay, tutoring and after-school programs. There was another program that we're bringing in. What was the name of that? This is actually an in-school
In
program.
school, and again, the benefit is they go out and actually recruit for us to come in and bring a tutor in to work one-on-one with students who need
And what was the name of that program? What's the name?
Chapter 1 tutoring. It's a nonprofit organization.
Do they have to be, I just know some people that might be interested in this, so does it have to be certified teachers, or can it be, doesn't have to be?
I don't think it has to be, but let me get back to you on that.
I think they do also hire a lot of, I think, speech-language pathologists also. That's another big group of people I think that they recruit as well.
Right, because again, they're hiring for part-time work, which is very attractive to those who don't want a full-time job, but have the skill set to come and assist.
I know some people that are in the later years of their life that have expressed interest in doing something like that, so I was curious. Okay, I'll pass that information along to them. Let's see the slide on comprehensive evidence-based reading. So just going back to this, so we're going to have a plan that you're going to bring back to us sometime in May, and we're going to review it, and it's a comprehensive evidence-based reading plan. What will it, and there's a template that is already filled out, or you need to fill it in, or?
It is filled out, and we're going, finishing some last-minute edits, but it will be shared with you prior to the meeting and shared with the public prior to the meeting as well for feedback.
Are there metrics associated with that to see? But the metrics are all the things we've already talked about, I would assume, right? All these PM1, PM2, Lexia. Go ahead.
There is, you'll see it when you look at the template, there is a data section that we will have to complete. Not sure, hopefully we'll have it completed before we have to submit for the board agenda, but we have to wait for PM3 data to come back because it's based off of that last round of testing, and then you're also going to see we have to also make a goal for next year on what we want to achieve for next year on that testing.
And that's part of the obstacle, is that the template requires we put in the data. We don't have the data yet to put in, but then we also have to have it back to the state by June 15th. So we're working on a very tight turnaround
time.
but we will get it done.
Okay. So now I'm on the last page and just had some final thoughts to wrap up with, and I'm sure you're all probably going, he's going to wrap up finally, but this is important. I'd like,
It is very important.
I'd like the next school year to be the year of getting the buses to arrive on time, and the year of getting these reading scores up to maybe above 60% or something like that,
I would, yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do it.
Great. So I'd like to know what the board's thoughts are on having them come back, and your thoughts too, maybe on a quarterly basis, and just giving us update briefings on a quarterly basis to say how is our plan coming along, so that we're all kind of focused on it together, and that we can help you if there's something that we need to fund a little bit more, or would that be amenable to everybody to
Yeah,
get a quarterly?
And recruit volunteers.
Yeah, and recruit volunteers. Okay.
I would say,
Welcome to come back whenever we're asked.
I would say after. I mean, I don't know if we've done. I thought we did it last semester, right after P1, P2.
We did, and then we had the strategic plan update, and some of this was tied in, and so you almost a little bit we had it, but certainly work under the direction of the superintendent and the board, and we'll make ourselves available as needed.
But almost like just plan on it, like
Yeah.
every quarter, just once a quarter, somewhere in what would be October, January, April, maybe at the end of the year too, how things go this year.
Right.
And just so we're all so it doesn't fall off of our radar and we're all focused on it,
In case we need to get new tomato plants.
Exactly.
something like that.
Well,
Monitor the plants.
they're gonna need to have the data to bring
Right.
to
Right.
us, so
That's what I'm
after
saying.
the PMs.
I don't think we need to. I get what I agree with you to be, but it's whatever. There's no point to having you come in and there's no data. There's no data
Right, so we
to
know the
see where
state
we're
has
at.
their 3 major
Right.
progress monitoring per year.
Correct.
After PM1, after PM2, after PM3.
So maybe 3 times a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of quarterly. Okay. Just something to keep us and you focused on it, because just so we can see how we can be helpful. If things are going in the right direction, then we, keep moving that way. And if they're not, then what can we do to change fire, to grow the tomatoes differently, so to speak? Okay. So that's that. And then that's that. And that's that. I'm just crossing out a few things. And then the volunteer process, I have had some people that have tried to come in and volunteer. There are probably legal requirements, but they've said it's somewhat of a painful process, and I think you were alluding to that a little earlier, Mr. Choate. So what is it that's painful? Because I haven't gone through it. I had to go through the whole, fingerprinting and everything. But do all these volunteers have to go through different levels of fingerprinting, or what is it that they have to do?
There's fingerprinting. I don't know the process through and through. We have a department that processes our volunteers, but just the importance for safety and security.
Right.
I know there's a lot of obstacles, but once you're through, it's done. And I've had people get through it. They've called me and said, we want to volunteer to do X, Y, Z. I sent them the link, and the next week they're like, okay, wait, I'm ready to go. And it depends whether they're looking for a level 2, but it could be considered cumbersome. Yes, I won't say it's not, but we have to do it to meet the requirements.
There are legal requirements that we have.
It's a statutory requirement, and if they're working directly with students,
Yeah.
then now, you can volunteer in other capacities where you're not working directly with students, and you don't have to have as much, of the process, but if you are working directly with students, it's all in statute.
Right, and as a parent, yeah,
It's the right thing to do. I just was wondering if there's but my thought was, sorry, but it's all legally required, and if you want to do this, this is just the process, and you have to go through it. So they have to go, do they pay for their own fingerprinting then? Do we know?
if their volunteer spot requires the fingerprinting, then yes.
Yep. Okay, fair enough. Okay. And finally, kind of like Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that. So thank you, and thank you ladies for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum.
I just want to say one thing, because I did giggle, and I wanted to say, I apologize if I offended you, but my giggle was because I was sitting here thinking about, here's another curriculum, here's another thing, but since I graduated college, we've gone through 5 different sets of standards. And with every single one of those is another curriculum.
Yeah.
So it's how the district has to respond with whatever they're told by the state. That's was my giggle about it continually changing. It is continually changing because it has to, that's just
Well, then you weren't laughing at me, you were laughing.
the whole system. Yeah.
The whole system.
Yeah. I just wanted to make that clear. I didn't want you to take offense to what my giggle. I mean, I'm pretty
Well, no, I truly
facetious, but
appreciate your knowledge.
I just wanted to be clear, like it's not,
You're the only
the
one who
district's not like, let's throw something at it. The state's like, no, let's try something new. And then the district's like, okay, then I got to throw something else at it. Like, that's just like,
But you're the only one who speaks their language, so.
I don't, no. They are like way, Like, I was sitting here thinking to myself, like, I wouldn't want, like, you know, we're talking about a certain program, and I agree with you when I look at the urgent intervention of that one program you were talking about, like, that. But then I like to look at the data of how it'd be compared, but like, I don't feel like I'd be equipped to pick that program over another program. That's all y'all. That's not me. You know what I mean? So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
I do have it did stem a question for me on the slide for dual language data. Mr. Tatum said 12% of third graders, but that 12% are only the students that were monitored from K through 3, right? Or is that 12% of all students?
These
It's
are the-
just the students that you tracked.
In that dual language program.
Right.
was Kindergarten, first, second, third, that started the year as non-proficient and now have grown to grade level.
Okay, because that's, I don't know if, Mr. Tatum, if you knew that that was the same students that we were tracking. It wasn't the whole third, it was, how many students did you have? 90?
30 in the dual language program took it PM1 and 32 took it PM2, and there could be.
So it's 31 and 32 students. It's not the whole percentage of third grade.
Right,
Okay.
because we, you know, we'll have more third grade data next year.
Why does that number keep going down? It appears to go down
Yeah.
137 in kindergarten, 90 in first grade, 71 in second grade, and only 30 in third grade. The way I look at that,
So third grade is just one school at the moment.
school.
And so you'll have a higher number of third graders next year. You should have 71 third graders next year and 90 second graders. And so it's how the program grew.
Was implemented.
We
Right.
started with one school, then added two, then added another two. So that means when we captured that grade level, it was multiple schools, whereas Daughtry started first. They're the only school right now that has a cohort of third grade.
that makes sense. So these numbers will get bigger as these
Yes,
earlier classes move forward, and the third grade number will
they
get bigger.
matriculate up, right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we talked about the 90 minutes back in the deck. How much time do they get for the dual language? I mean, we're talking about how much we get for the reading back here at 90 minutes. How much time do they get in the dual read? My point of this is, okay, we really need to focus on this a little more stringent because of our makeup of our district. I know we started it whenever, but I think we need to start putting a lot more resources to this.
Okay.
I'm saying it's not so much we need English-speaking teachers. It may be we just need Spanish-speaking volunteers to come into our schools. And I only know this because I did it. It works really well when you want, if you have an English-speaking volunteer helping a Spanish student, it's kind of, we have dual bilingual people here that would be more than happy to help do this on a volunteer basis. It helps two things. It helps that volunteer with the student build that
Right.
relationship, but it also helps the student with learning English. So I think that having that kind of a program to be more stringent would be good. And I said this at the library when I went to the libraries. You need a program for adult speaking in Spanish classes here. I think that would be beneficial for us to look at somewhere. I don't know, MTC or
Yeah,
what
they
school.
do offer adult classes.
Community
for-
partnership
yeah,
schools, right?
They do.
Where at?
Well, right now they do present courses at the MTC campus, but they also have it at our satellite sites of our community partnership schools. So Manatee as well as they're starting
Okay, we
one
have
at
adult
Daughtry.
classes for
For the parents.
Right, I'm saying we need to have a Spanish class for adults that want to learn the language. We don't have that here.
Oh, of adult learning for Spanish. I'm not sure if MTC offers.
That might be something we need to
adult.
look at. I really think that that would be,
I think the college does, State College of Florida does, but I don't believe our technical school, but we can follow up with.
yeah,
I'll get
please,
experience.
because, you know, I think that would be great to have that, for multiple reasons, you know. I would go back. If it was local, I would go back and start doing that again, because it was kind of fun. And that's for adults that cannot speak English. I'll partner with somebody and we'll learn. I'll bring in the kids' books. That's what I did before. It worked, you know, and I just think it'd be a great thing for us to do. I don't think I had anything else. I just thought about that whenever Mr. Tatum was talking, to, you know, make clarity that that's just a percentage of those who were in the dual language program, because I was misreading that a little bit. I'm like, oh, I think, yeah, okay. That's all I
Thank y'all.
have.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
We'll take a
much.
quick
Very,
recess.
very well done.
5-minute recess. All right, welcome back. Third topic of the day, school board policies update. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
on.
Chair. It's my music. Thank you. We
Welcome.
thought we'd do something new.
You didn't get that, did you?
Good evening, distinguished guest performers, family.
Technical.
They were ready. They were ready for the meeting to be over and moving on to the next item on MSTV.
It might automatically kick over to noon, because it's scheduled till noon.
Yeah, it's 11:55 though, so we got 5 minutes. But go.
4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Just before I start with policies, what you just saw with the curriculum team was the Ready to Learn section of our strategic plan. So if you look back later at all the goals we're trying to reach and all that, I mean, you're gonna see very familiar words and phrases and such. So that is really the work of that Ready to Learn section of the strategic plan. So that was a lot, but you can see how the impressive work that's going on with our goals there in the strategic plan. But I had to give a little plug there for the strategic plan. But so our policies, this is the set of policies that have been out for advertisement. We will have a public hearing at your next board meeting on May 9th, where you'll vote to vote on these policies on May 9th. So this is our workshop to workshop these policies, and you have them in front of you, and I'm ready to take some edits and suggestions to these policies.
I guess we just kind of take them one by one. So let's start with that first cluster.
Sure, and there actually needs to be, I think, an edit to these to 1210, 3210, and 4210. Ms. Spray made a good point about the not intentionally. See the first green section, not intentionally provide classroom instruction. When I looked back at the statute, I think we can better define that and actually use the phrase that's actually in the law. So with your indulgence, I'd like to read the sentence that's actually in the law. Maybe we just make it that sentence, right? So what the sentence is, and we're talking about this number 5 there, it would read instead, and this is, I'm reading directly from the statute, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards. I think is a better definition than that sentence. Because,
is it though?
well, I think non-intentionally, I mean, it kind of summarizes that a little bit.
Non-intentionally is stronger than the language that you just said.
Okay, yeah.
Am I wrong? I think not intentionally is stronger than, well, it has to be age appropriate. What is that? Like, I mean, that's a real question. How do you define that? That's like different depending on who you talk to. This, to me, is actually stronger than what that says, but that's just my own, I'm not an attorney, but that's just my reading of that. I actually think that's stronger.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I guess my question was, what was the concern with not intentionally provide classroom, Ms. Spray? I mean,
I think that could be interpreted in a different way. Well, I didn't know. I don't want that to come up as being a problem. Well, I didn't intend to do that. And that be the defense.
I think the age appropriateness is actually I think that's more wishy-washy than at least like, okay, you didn't intend to do it. That's different than, well, I thought it was age appropriate, which to me, like that, I think is much harder to define than, yeah, I get your point. Like, okay, they can always say, well, I didn't intend for that to happen. And you know, I would hope that would be a genuine thing, but.
The language in green came from Neola saying,
Summarizing
from that, this is what it should be. it follows suit with everything else that's not intentionally expose a student unnecessary embarrassment or disparagement, not intentionally violate, deny students' legal rights. So it follows in the same breath as everything else. I guess I would go to Mr. Dye. Like, what do you? I mean,
Yeah.
word wise, which I mean,
Can I go on to that to say, even if you go on to you keep going through the whole policies, it goes into the same thing, not intentionally, not unreasonably, on to other standards, ethical conduct. This one is another ethical conduct, 1210 is what I'm reading from the pages that we got. At the top it says 1210, standard of ethical conduct. And then if you go on to pages, on my little, when I printed it out, it's 649, number 6. Still, that standard is under 3210. So they're all saying the same thing, and that's why, yeah. I agree it should be uniform, but that not intentionally, to me,
because you're saying someone could say, "Well, I didn't mean to."
Right.
I didn't intentionally.
I didn't intend to do that, or that I didn't know that was going on. I didn't intend for that to be the topic, so I don't know. It's the consensus here. I just highlighted it because I thought it was, yeah, I don't know if that's the language, but.
Mr. Dye, do you have any thoughts
Yeah,
on the language, the not intentionally?
You know, Neola wordsmiths it, and we don't usually change it from what they come up with. I mean, it's hard to see how you could, on that example, accidentally talk about that subject matter. It wasn't your intention.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that ever happen? I mean, if you're uncomfortable with it, I'd recommend that we contact Neola and get some clarification on why they came up with that, rather than it's just prohibiting.
Right.
I mean, I think that's what you're saying. It should rather
Yeah.
just prohibit it.
yeah.
It's kind of wishy-washy, not intentionally. But again, it's hard to come up with a scenario where you accidentally started talking about, that subject matter.
I mean, I'd hate to be like, well, there's really no way around it. An example, I guess, could be, because this has happened in my time as being a teacher and a student, and things have happened. Teacher puts in a tape that they thought was one thing. And this is before, I mean, this is, I'm dating myself,
We're
right?
all getting visual.
They thought was a topic, and they put it in, and somebody's re-recorded over that tape, and it's not that topic anymore. And it could be something related to I mean, sexual orientation or gender identity, whatever. They truly did not have an intention, right?
And
In that
case, they'd probably get disciplined either way, right? Because they
Well,
violate
right.
our ethical conduct.
And
But it's a good example, but we wouldn't allow that.
Right.
Whether it was a mistake or not, you'd
Right.
probably go to the discipline committee for something like that.
that's I think that I agree with Mr. Dye. It's like it's kind of hard to accidentally.
I can circle back with Neola and come back. We have time. And come back at the
Okay.
board meeting. I mean, that's
Sheriff,
fine.
we're going to check the statute real quick. It
Okay.
might be right on
Yeah,
the statute.
Miss Foreman had something anyways.
I think it's some of the classroom instruction, I mean, it could be subjective. And so if you say it's not intentional, for example, because the statute is vague, the rules are vague. If you have a gay teacher who talks about her wife, okay, is that in violation?
It's not classroom instruction. That says classroom instruction.
Yeah.
Well,
That's where we.
That's the debate.
yeah, there's a lot of
Well,
debate on this.
I'll add a little layer to this. So the State Board of Education just changed this recently, like last week, to extend it all the way through K through 12. Why that's not being edited right now is because it's a rule, so it has to stay out for 30 days. So soon, in a month or two, we'll probably hear from either DOE or that says all superintendents change this.
We'll come back and change
and we'll
this.
probably and hopefully they'll give us a little more guidance. So, that's part of rulemaking here.
I'm gonna ask, can they do that? I mean, legislature came in and said K through 3. How can a department come in?
No, the legislature
I feel like
changed
they're,
it.
Legislators.
The legislature changed it back to K3 to K12, right?
Yep.
no, it was a rule.
Yeah,
No, they're
The
changing.
Department of Education did that.
I think the carrot became carrot before the cart, or the cart before the carrot. So the state board changed it, and I think the legislature is also working on changing it.
Oh,
And then they'll coincide.
Okay,
So, but you're right. Usually it's the legislature, then the board, but the board changed it. and
That'd be like the
so-
Internal Revenue Service coming in and saying, oh, we're gonna tax churches, you know. You can't override a law.
We can keep going maybe while if you want, while the attorneys are attorneying.
I'm fine with whatever language everybody wants for that, because I feel like it is vague, and if you feel like this is vague and you feel like the other one's better, put the other one. I don't think the other one's any,
I think we're going to have to come back and change it anyways.
yeah, I
We're
don't,
gonna have to come back.
I'm up for what,
I'm
it doesn't,
okay with that.
you know.
But while the attorneys are looking, to your point, someone coming in and just a teacher generally talking about their personal lifestyle. If they're coming in and talking that lifestyle, that is intentional. And I think that's where we have the gray areas in it. And I hope that the state does come in and say, this is what you gotta do. And that way we don't have those gray areas.
So that part, I agree with you, is intentional, but is it classroom instruction? Because it's
And
not
that's
just the
the thing.
intentionality of it, it's the classroom instruction piece of it. So like, we just spent an hour and a half talking about reading instruction, right? And how there's all these different pieces and it's very structured, and there's an understanding of the pedagogy of how you get, teach reading, right? That is classroom instruction. So that's the other piece of that, not just the intentionality of it, but the definition of classroom instruction, I think, is actually like vague. I think it's all vague. It's all vague.
I get you.
You know, because like
Because
as a teacher, like, would I want to talk about my personal life? No. But do your kids go, are you married? Or are you gonna have a baby? Like, that's what they do. When they're, especially little ones, like their mom just had a baby, now they want to know if you're gonna have one. Like, that's just the nature of being a teacher, at least for little kids. I don't know about high schoolers.
Yeah, but one
Okay.
thing, we've got
What do we got?
council.
We have an answer.
Okay,
Right.
Thanks to Mr. Teitelbaum helping. It's straight out of the administrative code verbatim.
Yeah.
So it's the law.
This sentence is out of the administrative code. Okay.
What
Okay.
happened was they cited the statute 1000.05 is not a correct citation. So we pulled it, having read the language, I knew it was coming from the administrative code. So I pulled up the code.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That helps.
okay.
Right?
I have a quick question. What's the difference, just from my knowledge, between the administrative code and the law?
So the legislature passes the law, but then the administration adopts rules.
What
So
administration?
that's the executive branch.
Executive branch.
So in the
okay.
state, it's the governor and the administration, like Department of Education, all the different agencies. They adopt rules to implement the statutes.
Right.
So this language is from the DOE rule, which is considered to be the administrative code, or?
If I could, to tell you, this is the Principles of Professional Conduct for the Education Profession of Florida. These are the rules that they have for, that guides the teachers' conducts, and it's for the protection of student rights as well. These are what we would consider the ethics of the teachers, the ethical code. If there's violations, it could affect their particular license.
And so this is from the Florida teachers. I'm just curious, who promulgates this administrative code?
Mr. Dye said it correctly. There's a statute, then there's a rulemaking process that comes afterwards for interpretation of it. And this was updated to reflect changes in law as well.
Right. But who makes, I mean, what's the name of the organ? Is it the
It's
Department of
Department of Education.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
the
their
Florida
rules.
Department. Yeah, they advertise rules making, and then it's all done in sunshine, open public.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Thanks. Thank you.
So I think we're good with that language if it's in there. Anything else on 1210, 3210, 4210? Those three.
Well, I guess,
Because we're just gonna go by chunk.
okay, yeah, because those
Yep,
are
Ms.
my
Foreman.
three.
Could you explain to her why there are 3 versions?
Right. Good question. So our policies are set up in sections because of our different employee classifications. So there's an administrator classification, a teacher educator classification, support staff, district staff. So that's why there's different sections.
we
And so
see
that's
all
why it's,
3 different
right.
types.
Because
Okay.
something that may apply to, say, a teacher sometimes could be different than somebody like myself in the district.
Okay,
So.
I kind of got that, but I was like, okay.
So that's why sometimes there's like 6, all seems like, why are we changing all 6 policies? Because they all deal with the,
Because they all connect,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
okay.
Bureaucratic stuff, Ms. Spray, right?
It is.
Government bureaucrats.
I get it.
So policy 1213, student supervision and welfare. Anybody has?
I do want to point out there is a spelling mistake. In the first paragraph, it says an administrator is permitted to withhold information about a student's mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being from the parent if, not is, right? So if, so that will be changed.
I had a question about that statement.
Okay,
I had a
okay,
question about the entire statement.
all right,
I know it's citing law,
yes.
so I
I
just.
happen to have the law in front of me.
Thank you.
I had it on my tab, so he.
Yeah,
can-
and this is,
I just wanted to talk about,
right, I can talk about it a little bit, and then I can tell you for sure that this is word from 1001.42, council. And so what this is I'll give you a hypothetical maybe, maybe that's the best way to say it. So
but go ahead.
if we all have a duty as working in a school district, that if we suspect abuse of a child, we have to report that.
Yes.
Right? And if we don't, we are then in trouble by the law.
Mm-hmm.
And then correct me if I'm wrong, counsel. If in reporting that abuse, if we believe that when we reach out to also the parent or the legal guardian of that child to also talk about this and report it, if we believe that that could result in abuse or neglect of that child, this is saying we don't have to get that consent from a parent. We need to report it to the proper authorities, legal authorities, but we don't have to get parental consent. And why this is added is because of the new parental rights legislation, that you have to get the consent of a parent or legal guardian in order to start to talk to that child or work with that child with their emotional, mental, emotional, or physical health, right? So if our school counselor or a therapist is going to work with that child, they need parental consent to start working with that child. But if they suspect that in getting that parental consent, that child may be put in danger, they do not need that parental consent. Doesn't mean they're allowed to then work with that child. They have to report that abuse and let the proper authorities and the proper process take its course.
And the attorney over there is nodding.
Is that
So I think it's, Mr. Dye and I have just spoke about it. I think you just perfectly hit it.
my Google degree is working?
Come loud. This was,
The offices of Dye,
Yes.
Teitelbaum, and Chapman.
Cum laude, maybe?
Messenger. This was a great statement that generally, it is when you do not contact the parent, but it also indicates it will be documented. So if you're going to not apply the rule, if you can apply an exception, you have to have the documentation behind it. Well done.
This is, I actually had that tabbed on my pamphlet here too. I think it's, just from my own experience, I think this is a great thing because there are cases where a child may approach a teacher, principal, whatever, and report something that's going on at home and fear retaliation. However, I just want everyone to understand that, you know, this doesn't include this, or this. This is the overall, if there's a threat to the student and the parent of retaliation or guardian. So I think this is a good one. It could be, some people could bend that to their narrative, but I think it's a good addition to the policy based on the new bill.
Well, Mr. Chapman and I talked about this yesterday too, and he said one protection there is that if a counselor, let's say, says, okay, I'm not going to inform your parents because I think they might harm you, they immediately have to report to Child Protective Services. So there's a safeguard there. And then the child may go, well, I don't, I don't want that to happen necessarily. If they're just using it, there's some safeguard there that now it has to be documented, as Mr. Teitelbaum said, and then it has to go to Child Protective Services, and that's another level of check and balance, so to speak, other than just a counselor holding on to information because he or she thinks that it might be used against the child. So, okay, great, thanks.
Policy 2111. Anything there?
I didn't see anything.
Nothing?
No.
2271.
Yep. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I don't want to be the one always. In paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, where it has shall in pink and may in green, I asked Mr. Chapman, should that be a could? I don't want to be the one shall and may.
I think that's so funny that you just did that.
How about I shall or may lean to my left here
Right,
for
lean over
counsel's
to the
support
council
because,
on that, could,
my Google degree didn't
Yeah.
cover that, so.
policy 2271,
Ms. Spray is asking the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th paragraph, the district may and shall, asking if may could be could.
May means could.
Yeah.
Yeah, we no objection.
I'm just asking,
If
Shall means you.
shall means must, may means you may, could means you may, so we'd
is
have
this a
no.
wash,
It's
wash of words?
absolutely.
Okay, I just had that on there, and then, go down to the board may execute, so it'd be 2 more paragraphs down. An early college program, I don't know, we've got enough acronyms, but I'm like, can we include ECP through there? I don't know, I think that would be kind of good. That's up to everybody else, because then you go down to the next to the last, well, the last paragraph. An early college program. Could we just make that early college program as an acronym? I'm just looking for, what do you think?
I don't know, I think it's more clear to go ahead and
Just
spell it
say
out.
spell it out like that? I'm just saying if we could just put that in brackets, it's up to y'all, I don't care. But that was the only thing I had on that one.
Education
Okay.
has enough acronyms.
It does, it does,
I think that's probably true for any profession.
it does indeed.
I mean, accounting does it.
So then policy 2416, student privacy, parental access to information.
And I can explain this one a little bit, just,
Wait, where are we going?
so the
2416.
Gotcha.
this is because this is something that our district is undertaking, every school district is undertaking, and it's good, but it's going to take some work, because it's coordinating the IT department and curriculum at the same time. And this is just making sure that any online education service that the district uses or a teacher uses needs to essentially be vetted by the IT department for cybersecurity, make sure student data isn't being, somehow downloaded from that company. And then we're also taking an extra step, and we're going to make sure that that if you remember a couple of policies ago, a parent has a right to know what instructional materials are being used in the classroom. So we're going to make sure that when you go to your child's classroom, to your child's school's website, that not only will the instructional materials like a textbook be listed, but also any online service that is being used in that classroom. And you'll see on that, on that site when we build it, the IT is currently doing it, what the online educational service is, and then, it's been vetted, it's been approved, there's no student data being taken. You can even click on it and learn a little bit more about it. So essentially what this is saying is that, giving notice that we are now in the process of writing this procedure of if curriculum or a teacher wants to use a particular online education service, it needs to be vetted by IT to make sure that it's protecting FERPA, student data, it's not a cybersecurity risk, and that company has signed all the documents to say that they've got firewalls and protections and things like that. So that's what that is saying there, and that so it's a combination of it's really coming from this rule from the Department of Education. So it's a combination of from information technology, from a cybersecurity. It's also curriculum. It's also parental rights. It's kind of a combination to protect the district, but also make parents aware of what instructional materials are being used in the classroom.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a conversation about this. I think that this wording, in my way of reading it, is just information. So as state board adopted this rule or amended it, and it doesn't create a policy. It doesn't say we will adhere to it, we will adopt procedures. It just says the rule requires school districts to adopt procedures. And I think we need to be more specific to us, that we are adopting a policy to instruct administration to adopt procedures. It would be like the analogy, I'll use analogies. It'd be like the saying, the speed limit is, or the government says you can't exceed speed, and instead the policy would say school employees out on the road will not exceed speed limit. I don't think this accomplishes, it doesn't create a policy here. I think it just informs that State Board of Education adopted a rule or amended a rule. So I would rather see it be something like
You get the district will adhere to.
right.
I see your point.
Yeah.
You all.
I agree with
Yeah.
Ms. Foreman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my goodness.
Let it be noted in the record.
Yeah, I mean, so
Yeah.
it's
But
that.
it's saying,
Yeah.
now maybe Neola's gonna adopt policies.
Yeah, we're
This isn't a policy.
right. We're beating Neola to the punch here because we want to get this work started, and so this is word for word from the rule. So that I know it's in purple, but it's from word for word from the rule, the rule 6A from the State Board of Education. So if Mr. Dye has a suggestion of maybe playing linguistics to adhere to Mrs. Foreman's, or we could take this back and work on it.
I think we need to probably take it back.
Okay? Is that,
It's gonna need a little work, I
Yeah.
think.
is that okay with the board? And I'll
Yeah.
bring this back in time for the
Oh.
May 9th board meeting and see if that satisfies you all at the public hearing.
Thank you. Policy 2520. Selection and adoption of instructional materials. Anybody got anything there?
Yeah, I do.
Yep, Ms. Foreman?
Okay, the statement or using the term instructional core materials, to me is vague. Are we talking about core material, the instructional materials? Are we talking about, what is core? Is it, do we have core
textbooks,
materials or do we have core classes? And when it refers to 1003.42, that statute, was it that statute that defines core classes? And if we have instructional core materials as defined in there, that is talking about, 1003.42 is talking about the core classes, not the materials. And so I think this would leave it open for any other materials to come in.
I can help you, Ms. Foreman, if you'd like
Okay, yeah,
me to
please.
interject. So 1003.42 cites another statute, 1006.28, which actually defines what you're looking at, and it's actually word for word 1006.28. The language from that statute is actually word for word in paragraph 2 of 2520, which actually defines the core courses. What they're saying is the instructional materials are the materials used in the core classes or core courses of mathematics, language arts, social studies, science, reading, and literature. So what this policy is saying is that you must, one, the board is in charge of approving and the textbooks, materials that will be used in those core courses, and that a committee made up of staff, parents, community must be formed to review those core course materials in those core courses. So, and of course, as you all know, I think social studies is the one that's coming up here soon. And I think as Dr. Breslin has stood up here before, she'll come back up here to inform you all when that committee will soon be set up to review the social studies materials. And remember, these are all materials, and it even says this in this policy, these are all core instructional materials that are on the state adoption list. So the board must select these materials from, i.e. textbooks that are approved by the state. And so what we'll see during the social studies process is, I think by the 30th, so what's today? So in a few more days, the state will have completed their review of social studies textbooks that we then, the school district, can review and then adopt for our social studies core courses.
Well, the point I'm trying to get at is that we're not talking, let's say an economics class, okay? The second paragraph says adequate instructional materials, and that's fine, but how do we prevent having to put together a committee to evaluate the economics class course materials? Because I think this needs to be defining that we are talking about, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one statute that you refer to talks about basic basic materials for core subjects.
Right, and it says that in the second paragraph, so I could have read that. So it said, if you look at towards the end of that second paragraph, that serves as the basis for instruction for each student in the core courses of mathematics. So in your example, if it doesn't fit of the core courses of mathematics, language arts, social studies, science, reading, and literature, that would not be a core.
And economics is a core. It is,
Well, I was just using.
right, but what they're saying is it's the core instruction and we have to follow the procedure for the adoption of materials, and that's what they're speaking of. But it's not speaking of supplementary items. It's talking about the core instructional materials. And we were looking for them to be very specific of that so that we understood what the expectation was.
Okay. Then, same policy, the last page, which my computer's slow. My question was, what I wrote down, does this exclude classroom libraries?
Right, so you're at that last paragraph, school, library, media centers, and reading lists. It does include, it should say classroom library. So because it's also mentioned again in paragraph 4 as well, that perhaps classroom library should be added to that.
Yeah, I have that in my notes.
So it would read school, library, media center, or classroom library, or included in a recommended or assigned school grade level reading list.
So we're gonna make a change to it.
If the
Yeah.
board agrees with that. Were there any other 25, 20?
Anyone on that
Yes.
one still? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, paragraph 4, it says the board, line 3, the board is responsible for the content of all instructional material and any other materials used in a classroom. So that would be there, made available in a school library. I didn't know if we should insert media center, since that's the language that we're using anymore about it. I thought that would be a good addition. As well as when it goes on to page, on my printed documents, 649. If you look at the bottom of that page, it actually has school, library, and media centers and reading list. So I think that would be consistent with following that. And then it says, going on down, so that would be my, did you get that?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that makes sense.
Anybody else have anything? Okay. Then you stated at the second paragraph with Ms. Foreman, Florida statute 1006.28. Is there, can we insert that into that paragraph?
We
Per statute, adequate,
I can ask council, we could, as defined in FS 1003.42 and Florida statute 1006.28, I think is what Ms. Spray is
yes, that's what I'm asking.
asking. I have that statute if you guys
I
want
don't think we have it.
I don't believe that there'd be any issue referring to both. I know the purpose, and we understand what they're trying to do. It's an accountability statute. But as we all know, these materials are vetted first to the state as well. May I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we refer to Florida statutes and other paragraphs. I think that would be just a good one to just throw into there.
But I would agree.
And then the committee, a meeting of the committee. Can we, as board members, be provided the list of names who are on that committee? I have no clue.
It hasn't been.
It hasn't started yet.
Right.
But
Yeah.
absolutely, we can provide minutes, and it's all public.
It probably changes based on what material you're looking at.
It does.
I'm guessing.
Right.
I'm guessing.
We have the
Well-
public, we have schools, but we'll outline all the procedures and give you all the detailed names.
Because we could possibly suggest,
Absolutely, yeah. Community members
Right.
added to that, yes.
right,
absolutely, Yep.
okay,
And, you know, their role is to take what the state says, these are the vetted textbooks that you can use. For this example, would be social studies. You know, they may say, here are the 4 approved textbooks. You can pick any one you want, but out of those 4 that have been vetted by the state, which one works best for your district? And that's what that committee will work on. All in the
along
sunshine,
with our
essentially.
historian that's on the board over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the teachers, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all I had on that one, and again, was asking just about that one particular thing.
All right.
All right. 3120, policy 3120, employment of instructional personnel.
Wait a minute, let me go back.
Mrs. Foreman, you got something?
Yeah, I do, and I'm trying to find where it is, okay. Under D, third paragraph, we're changing may to shall, and,
Where are you at?
Where are you at? I don't know where we're at.
Oh, I see you. The
that's a prerogative of this seat.
D.
Yes, it is.
All right, I have, okay, what it says then is that the district shall issue an adjunct teaching certificate to any applicant. So if I want a teaching certificate, I'm gonna come in and say, I have such.
Well, you got to still fulfill the requirements.
Got to
of
meet the
state law.
credentials, yeah.
But why is it shall as opposed to may? I mean, we have to?
I have no idea where we're at.
Do you think that should be
I
added?
guess is what the language said
Yeah.
we do,
My,
if they meet all the
Yeah.
criteria.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr.
the rule that was just showed to me from Mr. Chapman, which I've gone through with him before, it says we have to adopt a rule. That's what it says. So we have some leeway, I believe, within it itself, but we have to have some rule within its place, and it has to be consistent with that particular statute.
So may would be okay?
Say it once more, ma'am.
May would be acceptable?
Instead of shall. I always like.
Shall adopt the rule,
Sorry.
but.
We do have procedures already in place in HR that deal with all the different types of certification and employment.
I like to have myself be more flexible than,
The may is the flexibility.
for sure.
Yeah, so would that be permissible to stick with may?
I would have no objection to having may, because I believe they told us to adopt the rule, but didn't tell us how we have to adopt our rule. So the shall means we have to do the rulemaking, but not necessarily what the rule will say specifically. So we have the discretion.
Everybody with me?
Would you agree?
Can we stick with may?
I'm okay with May.
I'm good.
All right.
Okay.
Anybody else on anything on that one?
Other than when we change these things, then don't we lose our Neola guarantee, so to speak?
Well, they review our edits.
Okay.
And if we've made too many edits, they'll say, Kevin, it's now a Manatee policy and not a Neola back policy. But in this case, I don't think that's something that will trigger that.
Okay. Might this have come up because some districts, for whatever reason, I mean, maybe there's a district that's unfriendly to veterans and they don't want veterans in the district teaching, and so they say, well, you meet the qualifications, but we're not real military friendly around here, and so we're not going to give you a certificate, and that's why it's shall instead of may.
I
don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't understand why it's on the district to begin with. We don't give out teacher certificates. I mean, the state does. So I mean, I guess keep reading. It's talking about a job.
Adjuncted.
But I just don't
There
understand
are some temporary ones that we could issue here. The permanent certificates go through the state, but we follow all the state criteria, and if someone falls within that, they're able to, we have to submit it to DOE and then they approve it, so you're right.
I don't.
We don't prohibit any of them. And it's all based on their criteria and their qualifications.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that's maybe why it should be shall, just to, prohibit some type of discrimination based on some perceived attribute of the applicant. But I'm okay with it. May is fine as long as
We're not doing that.
lawyers like it, yeah.
As long as we're not. Anything else in that policy? I thought I heard somebody. No? Okay, next one is 6480. Expenditures, any changes on that one?
I just have notes everywhere, but
That's fine.
nothing specific.
The change? Okay.
No, I think I'm okay.
Policy 8320.
I have a spelling mistake
Yep.
on that. The third paragraph, again, I should go to the Allison Nichols School of Spelling, I guess, is it's decision, or division, excuse me, division is spelt wrong.
Yeah,
So I'll correct that.
I pointed that out. I'll have you know, I actually caught that.
Well, then you're doing your seat well, because Mr. Kennedy would have been the one that found that too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
He had every punctuation and spelling.
You did, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else on 8320? Oh, I thought I saw your hand. Policy 8600, transportation. Other than that
I
we
do
want
have
state to
something on
give us more money for it?
Yeah, we need more money.
Okay.
Can that be a policy, Neil?
I asked Mr. Chapman this because it says, it's saying that a bus driver, an attendant, if a student has a individualized seizure action plan, okay, that they need to know what it is and to be able to tend to that student. But we have so many bus drivers that are substitutes that may not know what that child's seizure plan is. How are we going to accommodate that? Because I would think we have liability. If you got a sub on the bus and, seizure happens and you got damage to the child,
It's a process they have when they give them the roster of who's supposed to be on the bus.
Yeah.
If there is such a plan of action, it is attached for that substitute. In some cases, remember, we also have aides almost on every bus. And if we've had any that have had severe medical, they're very much trained and aware so that there's a familiar person on that bus that also has that information. So it's not just the driver, the aides are familiar with it also. But you're right, we do have changes and substitutes. So it is a process and a procedure that transportation is required to make sure no matter who's driving the bus, you know who's on the bus and what their medical conditions are.
And I've been told too, when the student scans their badge,
Oh, it probably comes up.
the system, it doesn't say, it doesn't give you a paragraph, obviously, but it alerts you that there is a, that this child has a medical plan, or there's something, that alerts you to, this must be the, child that is on the list that,
Oh,
so.
it is.
Better, that's even
I guess I
better.
need to go on a bus and see how that works. Do a bus.
They have AC now.
Oh, wow. Seatbelt?
Did Ms. Brady, did you have something on that one too?
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
did
Ms.
not.
Foreman, did that answer
Yes, it
your
does.
question?
No.
You had something?
Real quick.
Yeah.
So under transportation, right, 8600?
Yes, sir.
Is that where we are?
Yes, sir.
So paragraph, sub letter C there, you see A, B, C, and
Yeah, refrain from use of.
no, it's, so it's 8600 transportation. Paragraphs aren't numbered, but go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, and then there's a list A, B, C, D. You see that, Mr.
Yes.
Chapman?
Yeah.
I see it now.
And then So letter C, the font is a different size for some reason, and then the word 60 in there, I think it should be sixth.
Good catch, yeah.
Yeah, so I earned my money today, and, yeah.
Last thing we need is more grades, right?
Yep.
So 60 grade.
I don't know where you're at, but I
It's at
trust
the very
it.
top of the policy on the first page of 8600.
Oh, okay.
As we're looking at that right there in letter D, the 2 mile is state statute. Okay.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about, the font.
Anybody else on transportation?
There was another area that had, not on transportation, that had just one little line that was a kind of a weird font. It was just, but I don't remember where it was.
I think they fixed that before.
It might be when I was about 11 o'clock last night reading through some of this too, so it could have been me.
So it seems like that's all of them. Any other questions on anything of those?
Of
Mr. Chapman?
all the policies?
Yeah, that we just went through all of them.
As we were going through them, I just had some questions.
Yeah.
About the New World Reading Initiative.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not really about let me get back to that real quick.
That's in policy 2520.
Right.
So page 48 for some of you, I don't.
Wrestling.
Yes. I would just, maybe the superintendent could inform me on if people would like to donate books into that program. What's the process to do that, or can
This
they?
one's ran through the University of Florida, and they provide the materials. So that, we couldn't mix it with that, but we do have a process if people want to donate existing books. So I can get you that, and they're vetted, and then once we make sure that they follow all the new statutory criteria, then we place them in and give them options for students to take directly or classroom libraries, et cetera.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know
We'll
that.
make sure we send that to you.
Thank you. That's all I had on that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chapman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Mr. Tatum, you had one thing you wanted to touch base on the calendar?
Yes, actually, so
Yeah, I
going,
have a couple of things too on,
going back to the schedule for the finalists, I am very frustrated that we can't attend any of these events. So I was thinking and I thought a little bit more, and I thought, okay, is there a way that we could work this and still be in compliance with the law about sunshine? And I thought we could attend these individually, or we could split up our time there. So for instance, at the breakfast, I could go, maybe just one person could go to breakfast with them. And then for lunch, not lunch, but the dinners, someone could go to dinner, and then from 6:30 to 7:30, we could have a rotating schedule where someone could come from 6 to 6:30, someone can come from 6:30 to 7, and someone could come from 7 to 7:30, and that way we would get an opportunity to interact with these people in these public situations. So I'm just curious if anyone on the board is interested in trying to go forward with that kind of a plan where we would have an opportunity to see them in the public, with the public, without violating the sunshine laws.
I just want to hear a legal opinion on that, doing that instead. Does that suffice?
Yeah, I think that would not be in violation.
Because when I talked to you about it, when I talked to you about it, my understanding was that the reason I could not go was not because there were other board members there, but because if I am sitting and talking to Mr. Chapman across the room, but I am not microphoned and somebody across the room can't hear me, then that's the problem. So that doesn't stop that. And that was my understanding of your hesitancy.
And it's because it's more like a setting of a meeting where you can't hear the board members. But individually attending kind of events is a different scenario.
yeah.
Don't you think they might want to not have us around for lunch and dinner? I mean, they need a break, but I agree with the meet and greet. I think that's, I like that.
Yeah, that's the one I think would be the most interesting, for the same reason you said, is I want to watch them interact
Interact.
with people and deal with the pressure of that.
Right.
My concern, I do kind of agree with Ms. Foreman that to give them a break from us, like during lunch and stuff. And I 100% see validity in the meet and greet and seeing how they interact with people.
Yeah.
But my fear is if we're there, are they going to put on a show because we're there? It's like when mom's around, they act a little bit different when mom's not there. I mean, I'm not saying a mom, but I'm just saying that's my question. Mr. Tidewell?
Mr. Dye and I had a quick sidebar on the issue. Ms. Messenger, when two or more board members are present, and they will be discussing what would be future business under Florida Statute 286.011, the meeting requirements would be triggered. Individually, they would not. So if you're by yourself, you don't have to be mic'd up, and you don't have to give the prior notice of a meeting as well. So that was the only difference I wanted to explain. When it's two of you, then it's different, and you're discussing.
Even if we were never going to talk. I mean, I didn't want to talk to any of you, no offense. I didn't even want to talk. I didn't actually want to talk to anybody. I just wanted to observe.
Right.
I had no intention of speaking at all, which, I mean, I know people are going to come up to you, talk to you about whatever, but that was never my intention. My intention was just to watch, and I can't even do that.
How about video cameras?
No, how fair would that be to all the people there? And you're talking about hasten people being themselves. Imagine that being replayed, or a teacher wanting to ask each person. I mean, that sounds terrible.
I was joking, half joking.
So if that's permitted, then I'm fine with any one of us going to the meet and greet. I think, as
think that we
Mrs.
could
Foreman said,
probably-
everyone else needs a break for lunches and breakfasts. That's not what I was looking for in going to that event. I
Maybe I can
just wanted to
offer that.
watch and observe.
Although I could go to the dinner.
I was
because
just gonna
I'm
say.
all for food, but
I was actually gonna say, there's a 5 to 6 o'clock dinner. One of us could go from 5 to 5:30, the other one can go from 5:30 to 6. And then the community is from 6 to 7:30. That's 3 30-minute slots that could be divided. So there's actually 5 30-minute slots that could be divided among us. If you look at it. Am I correct?
Sure.
Or I could even go to breakfast. I mean, I'd be willing to come and go to breakfast. And you say, well, have a break from us. They haven't even met us. They don't, I mean, it's like they're going the whole day without even, we won't see them that whole day so I don't know what the
Well,
big
the
break
10th we
is.
see them
Oh,
when
on
they
the
come
10th
in.
we are, yes,
The
we
10th
are.
we see them when they come in and interview.
Well,
But I see I know what you're saying.
yeah, so I mean, if I just showed up for breakfast, I'll roll myself out of bed early and just show up, and then that's one, and then someone can go to dinner two, and then we can divide up 6 to 7:30 in 3 30-minute increments, and then we all 5 get a chance to
I
kind
think
of watch
the
them.
meet and greet is where the meat is.
Yeah.
You know?
But the only 3 of us can go then. I mean, if we assume we do 30 minutes. And
Well, we cut it down. I could pick up a lot in 15 minutes.
Sure, but I could just go to breakfast, and then that would satisfy my desire to see how they interact with other with
Well,
people in
breakfast is
general.
not interacting with anybody that's
It's
here.
just them, yeah.
Okay, so it's just the 3 of them showing up and.
Right.
I am fine
dinner
with
is
taking
just-
myself out of the meet and greet, and so you guys can go.
You don't want to go?
I've said that I believe that will change the dynamic, and so that's just my opinion. But I'm okay with if the board feels like they want to do that. I'm perfectly okay. I feel like that could possibly change the dynamic of how they interact and what they do because they know the decision maker is there watching.
You know,
And that's just
to that point,
my thought.
I wonder if, now that you're saying that, I wonder if one of us were at that event, if they would not use the QR code to give feedback. I told Mrs. Foreman.
Oh, you're talking about the people there, the
Yeah.
community.
That's just
I think
what I thought.
I think we're gonna get whoever's there. I think we're gonna get maybe not the QR code. I think we're gonna get feedback from people regardless, from especially the people we know and see. And I'm not again. If you 4 believe that we should do it, then I'm privy to the board, whatever the board thinks.
I'm not interested in dividing this up, so if somebody wants to go, I'm fine not going as long as they'll come and if there's something that they find concerning or whatever, that they come and share it. I'm fine if somebody else wants, I mean, I know Mrs. Foreman really wants food, so.
Yeah, I do, and I don't think they're serving at community meet and greet, so I'm okay bypassing.
So you wanna go to the dinner, is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think anybody should go to the dinner. That's for
Oh,
them.
all right,
That's-
I
that's
thought you
just
wanted
them.
to go to the dinner.
But if you
just want
agree,
the food.
yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dye.
I just thought I'd share, I went and talked to Dr. Vogel after his presentation was over about this point. And he said, I wish he was here, but he said this whole issue, if you recall, FISBA or whatever, they hadn't really thought of it. And they didn't think of it in terms of the Sunshine Law when they
Right.
were recommending this to all the districts that are looking for superintendents. But he said in hindsight, he believes it's the right approach to not be there. And that's what they're now recommending. And the reasoning is not just the law, but the reasoning, and I'm speaking for him, I'm hearsay, is that it's sort of giving the community the ability to meet with these candidates without the board members, the decision makers being there. Kind of the theory that it does affect the dynamics of the gathering. That they can really be more of themselves or whatever. And then you have to hear it from them. You have to hear it from the community.
Right.
Their reaction of how it went. So I'm just repeating what Dr. Vogel and I talked about.
I think regardless of what our decision would be, I would want to go back to Dr. Vogel and just say, hey, here's what we're doing. What's your opinion on it? Whether we follow him or not, they're our employee. And we've employed them to do this, so we can do what we want, theoretically.
Well, they're
So-
they're observing what's going on at other places.
Correct, absolutely. Right.
Well, I don't necessarily agree
It's-
that
so
we
it's-
have to do what everybody else is doing.
No, I don't either, but
That's
so
a
it's up
valid
to y'all.
Yeah,
That's valid.
yeah.
I'm a little more neutral on it now than I was before, so I'm good with it. That was just an idea, if
Yeah.
we wanted to explore it. We explored it.
I do see, I 100% agree that I'd like to see how they interact with people
Yeah.
in the community and things like that.
I don't see any problem with splitting the meet and greet. They're already gonna know us. We've already talked to them by this time.
I think though that there's value in hearing it from the community's point of view. Like there's value in that, and for me, like I want to see how they handle the pressure, but maybe hearing it from the community, well, they didn't, or they did, maybe there's more
Well, we can ask community members to go.
secret shoppers.
Yeah, exactly, and,
Right.
and get back with us. Tell us what you saw,
That's cruel.
Well, I think we're gonna have that regardless. I think we're gonna have community members come back and say, "Hey, I interacted with Chad, and he was awful." I mean, I think we're gonna get that, but that doesn't mean that's still not us seeing them.
Right, we don't, that's not,
I know,
I like the thought of going and seeing.
I'll go
as-
with you. I mean, if
We'll split the time. If they don't wanna go, I'll split it with you.
I'm good with that.
yeah. I mean, if you guys,
As long as when you come back, if
Give you
there's
a
something
report.
that
Yeah, sure.
Of
is
course.
concern, you share.
We'll split the time as long as.
I'll,
Mary, do you want a section? Who wants in?
I think I think you guys have a good solution.
Okay.
And I
Okay.
trust your feedback, so.
Okay,
All right, let me have 15 minutes.
okay.
I mean, I would
Sure
just
you don't wanna go to dinner? I
go
mean,
30, 30, 30. I mean, you guys can figure that amongst yourselves. I mean, 30, 30,
30, 30, 30.
30, 30, 30.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll
So
let
it'll be
Vogel
RT,
know.
CS, and MF.
MKF.
MKF, correction. I forget that every time, but not in that order, I just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can figure out what order you want to go whenever.
Yeah, because I think that would be good. I really do. I mean, for one, this is gonna show them that we're involved with our community as well.
Okay.
So I think this is great.
I think the number of people that are there, you're gonna have more people from 6 to 6:30.
Yep.
you know, and I'm fine taking the last,
You wanna take the last slot?
I'm
Seven?
fine with that,
All right.
you know.
Whatever you want, Ms. Spray. 6:30, whatever works best for your life.
Well, and that may not be the final schedule either, because now we only have 3. It might be a
Right,
little
it might
different.
change, so.
I'm sure that,
So
I'm
let's
sure
just
it's
do
still
it
gonna
this
be an
way.
hour and a half, but.
I can take the first slot, you take the second, Mayor can take the
Whatever
third.
the slots are.
How's that?
1, 2, 3.
All right. I'm just putting it on my calendar so I know my spot.
All right.
I have one more question for Mr. Titlebaum. Mr. Titlebaum.
Okay.
So what are the specific requirements for, just for my future edification, for a noticed meeting?
You're asking an excellent question. When you have two or more board members that are together, that will come in, discuss what would be future board business.
Right.
The Florida requirements are the following: notice, and that would be 7 days in advance. There would be a proposed agenda that would be published at the time with attachments if the attachments are available, and meeting minutes, as well as public comment, not general public comment, but public comment itself on a specific board item that would be coming up for discussion.
Does it have to be recorded to some degree?
Recording is not a requirement, it's just the minutes themselves.
Just the minutes?
Yeah,
themselves?
so recording in lieu of minutes is not compliant with statute, as Mr. Dye was saying.
So recording in lieu of minutes is not required, is not sufficient for the
No,
statute?
no, it's not. Nor is television a requirement.
Okay.
Well, and to that breath, like, so if we go to a volleyball game together, I mean, we're not there potentially
Right.
for something we're going to discuss on the diet, so it doesn't matter.
You may all break bread together, but as long as you're not discussing future board
Correct.
business. If two of you are just best of friends and you happen to be elected at the same time, as long as you're not discussing something that will come before this board, there is no sunshine requirement being triggered.
Right.
And just a historical thing, in the past, there have been board members who did not get along and needed to hash it out, and so they had public notice, they had a meeting, it was televised, and actually, it's, yeah, so.
I had a one-on-one meeting with a board member once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about you, not,
We didn't not get along. It was just about a very specific issue, and that person wanted to speak specifically about that one issue with me.
Good.
We did not get along.
But you recorded it. It's not you.
That one wasn't aired. It was recorded, but
the one I'm speaking of was aired.
One other thing, real quick. Is anyone interested in moving these workshops from 9 to 10 o'clock or not?
I'm all for it.
What are you talking about? Which one?
The
The
workshops, the time for workshops to 10 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. because,
Yep.
We're getting stink eye over
The
there.
the reason
that's why I'm wondering.
I mean, it's already long. I feel like.
the 9 8 moving them back to 10.
Why did we do that originally?
I don't know why it went to.
I don't know, but my assumption would be to just give more time to staff because they got to go work.
Is that, that's true. Yeah,
I think
I'd rather have all of them to be 9, to be honest with
okay,
you.
that's fine. I'm not real hard up on it, just,
It's 9.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have meetings at 9, but
okay, that's fine then. That's really all I have now.
okay. Everybody good?
No, don't you gavel yet. Sorry. Well, you said we needed to number our workshop
Oh, but I said to give it
items?
to.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but I said to give it
all
to
right.
in the board briefing. And then
Okay.
we'll all put it together and yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about that, because I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I gotta get my
That
numbers
we can get it all
out,
together and then compile them and then see which
see
ones we
which
want
ones
to
are the
attack.
most, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
What's our assignment here again on this? What are we supposed to do?
I said like get
The
the
workshop
ones at the
items,
bottom that aren't
um,
scheduled yet. Like which ones you want to do first, second, third, fourth. You know, like which ones are most important. Give them your board briefing. That way we can schedule. Once we're done with the next couple months, we can start scheduling them out.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, if we could change. the
based
one-
on what the boards. You know, the one that we want to attack first.
I'm saying like on the third one down, overall student services update was requested by my former colleague here.
Correct. Yeah. So there's some
So
on there
that
that
might
yes
need
we're
to
from.
change now, so
Yeah.
that probably just needs to come off.
Potentially. Yep. If no if board
Um,
member doesn't want it, absolutely.
Yeah, all right.
Yep. So I was just trying to get your feedback, give it to the Miss Saunders, the superintendent. She then will compile saying, hey, this is everyone's number one concern, and we need to
All
do
right,
it
since
ASAP.
we're still workshop mode, I just wanted to say that the CFOC it's down here at the bottom of this, presentation. Probably, I have communicated with Christian and the chair to see where they are with their report and when we need to get that on the agenda. I don't know what the consensus of the board is, but I would say June meeting, the first meeting, their meeting
Yeah, I don't know.
is
I don't remember
on,
when it
their
was.
next meeting is on the, 7th, June 7th. So we could put it on the June 13th agenda for them
If
to
they're
do
ready
the
for that, sure.
report. I think they're ready now.
Months after the year. Yeah.
Oh, because they're doing,
Last year.
not this year. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
they're doing, I'm just putting it out there to the rest of the
Yeah.
board so I can
I would say,
communicate
soon
that
as
because
possible.
I think they're ready. It's just we got a lot on our agenda between now and the end of the month
Right.
of May.
June sounds about
I
right.
thought June would be a good time for them to get on the agenda,
Yeah.
or it would be the June 13th meeting, so if staff could communicate that to that team.
Sure.
I think there were just a few little minor edits that they were doing on their report, and I think they're pretty close
Okay.
to being done.
So they'll present at a workshop and then we vote to approve it at a meeting after that.
Is that how that worked? I wasn't sure, so they could almost present it at a workshop. I don't know when,
At the
but
beginning of June. If their next meeting, you said June 7th?
their next meeting is June 7th.
Okay.
Right. So,
All right. Cool.
I just want to say that, and then too, the little bus here. Remind everybody about the busway.
Yeah. Yeah. Next
My little bus,
month.
it's coming up, but I saw.
All right. Good meeting.
Woo!
We're done.
Good meeting. Wow.